Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of the Component Cast's coverage of the Elendor Chronicles. We are on this screen today because I was like, oh, I'm going to redo some of the scenes this week, and I never redid the DM opening broadcast screen, so we get to have a look at the screen early. Before we get on with tonight's broadcast, as always, we have a few things that we need to do. One of those things is just to get through some housekeeping, get through those kind of things. First up this week is us. If you want to support us, there's quite a few ways you can do that these days. One of them is economically and monetarily, obviously, if you become a Twitch sub or become one of our lovely patrons. That's the best way to do it. But there's loads of free ways that you can help us out. If you've been watching on YouTube, make sure you like, if you leave a comment, even if it's just an emoji, it really helps the algorithm. Share things. If you're listening on one of our various podcast variants, hello, wonderful podcast people. Don't forget to rate it if you can on the app. If you can, make sure you have your auto downloader on so we automatically download every week. That's absolutely wonderful. And if you're a Spotify listener or if you're watching the video version of the podcast and you can see our faces, hello. But on Spotify especially, and also other apps where you get music, we have a soundtrack. Throw that into your playlist. Like if you have playlists you write to and it's all fantasy music, or if you need background music for your D&D campaigns, we have the Elendor Chronicles Volume 1 soundtrack that you can just put into those things. You can also broadcast it if you're a D&D show. Absolutely free, no royalties, whatever's. Only thing is that if you want the direct downloads of it, you have to be a patron. But yeah, it's available to stream for free everywhere, royalty free, absolutely everything. Now, I'm not going to keep us around for much longer. I'm going to send us right into the intro so we can get on with tonight's broadcast. Welcome back. So, Valymr, you can do the recap this week.
I mean, I will, but can. So, we started last week's episode session with being accosted by a big tree and a bunch of tomatoes. Grapes, sorry, they were purple, not red, yes. A bunch of grapes, and this tree went down very spectacularly to the holy might of Britain's holy weapons, made it explode, and then the grapes either died or ran away to go plant themselves, we assume. After we fought the tree, we tried to make our way to new islands, but as Breton and Ruby were flying off to another island, they experienced quite a bit of time dilation, where they were traveling for upwards of 2-3 hours, and for us back on the shore of the previous island, it had only been approximately 20 minutes. So instead of trying to push against that wall, we instead had Gourd create a traversal through trees, or whatever the spell's called, so that we could teleport to a new island. And once we got there, the island we came from just wasn't there anymore, which was worrying. So we believe we're in some kind of time vortexy doodad, which is worrying. On this new island, we encountered a what looked like a observatory, and after fiddling around for a little while, we figured out that we could use this big old gem in the observatory bit to create portals to other locations within these shattered islands. And after going through one of these portals, we came upon a temple to the goddess Cathriel. And while in this temple, Valymr had placed his glaive on the altar, as Cathriel also wields a glaive, and was shown a vision of her removing her blindfold, because she's blind, and putting it in a box behind the altar. After seeing that, Valymr and Gourd end up finding this box, and the blindfold was in fact in there. And after passing the blindfold around a little bit, eventually we determined that it kind of suits Valymr the best. Potentially, hopefully. So that's basically where we left off.
Absolutely, you get a point of inspiration. Do you remember which god the other temple with the portals was to?
Luster.
Yeah,
There you
Luster.
go. There you go. But yeah, absolutely. So you continue. We join the party as they continue their exploration of the Shatter Shields, a mysterious island chain in which it's said to be the center point of the final battle that happened in the War for the Heavens, which kicked off the Green and Pleasant Day and the Age as we know it now. It is a wibbly-wobbly place full of timey-wimey things, and we left off with the party looking to Valymr, I guess, with Valymr now with the blindfold in his house. Yes, that is a slight rewrite from last week. Just lift the veil a little bit. Where we had some post-games discussions, and that is what we've come to. This is the scene that we open on to.
Okay. So, if Valymr's got the blindfold in his hands, then he is going to wrap it around his face, over his eyes.
You're now blinded.
How many fingers am I holding up?
He's going to, spend a little time to attune to this new item.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But yes, up until that...
How long does it take to attune?
30 minutes?
30 minutes, okay. He's going to sit down and he's going to spend 30 minutes attuning to Cathriel's blindfold. And does it take 30 minutes to unattune to something, or is that instant for you? I don't remember.
Depends if you're picking something else up or not, basically. I think it's easy to just drop forget it, but you'd have to reattune to whatever it is you needed to attune to next. So there is always a time involved.
Yeah.
What are you unattuning to, by the way?
I am going to unattune to the bracers of Honing Smite.
Okay. So those are up for grabs if anyone needs.
If anyone has what's called like Thunderous Smite, what are the other smites? Wrathful Smite. One of the ones that takes concentration. They will hold the smite within them while you concentrate on other spells.
Anyway, so you are all standing around this why has my brain gone completely blank? The temple, the temple and the altar, yes. And because I'm focusing on a tech issue right now at the same time, is what's going on. There we go. There we have it. Yes, no. So, you are all in this this overgrown, junglified temple of Cathriel, and to remind you of the shape, it's like it's like octagonal, but almost like where someone's tried to get as close to round as possible you could with medieval methods before it being completely round. And these are. It was clearly intended that the entire thing would be glass windows. It's like window and window frame, doorway, window and window frame, all the way around up to what would be a dome. But it's all cracked and broken, and now interweaved with the vines and trees of the surrounding area. And yes, the portal, obviously still in the center of the room, is open back to the lighthouse, the observatory area that you came, the Luster Temple, and yeah, and Valymr is now attuning to the blindfold. What would you guys like to do?
In getting to this island, had we made an acknowledgement of how long we've been awake today first?
So
Because we were...
You have been awake.
Setting
It
up-
is currently about 3 p.m. Because the first thing you did was try to get to the Luster Temple Island. There was a 3-hour time dilation. And then you came back, then you teleported via plants. So your day, you've been, no, it's probably less than that. It's probably about 2 p.m. You've been, without wibbly wobble, linearly, you've been awake and active probably about 5 to 6 hours at this point.
So it's not time for a nap.
No.
Valymr is going to be taking some time with that, then we probably won't have enough time to get to the next island. It may be better to just wait out the rest of today here and move on tomorrow. We're
The
nearby one of the waystones.
The portal still exists, right?
Yeah.
We could go back to the portal room and aim it at another place. Which would cut down the amount of time we would spend on the travel-y bit.
From what we could clean, it wouldn't get us farther ahead. It would just let us take a look at another one of the waystones. Which, I mean, we could explore the waystones on the other islands and see where they lead.
Might be an option. Either that or we just continue to try going deeper in. How big is the island that we're on?
You didn't take a scout of it yet at all. Because you just had, forgive me, I've forgotten the griffin's name. The griffin fly straight here at Silveril, that's it. And then Silveril essentially appeared on the nanny cam, and then you all went, oh, and went through. So you actually haven't explored this island outside of the temple construct that you're currently in.
And while you're doing that, why don't I fly up and see if I can't spot anything? See if there's any more waystones on this side of the island. Or at least you can finish exploring where we are before we decide where we're going next. Breton will take up into the air and start looking for any more absences in the forest that look like the influence of the waystones are keeping the foliage back.
As you... Give me a quick perception check, just for general stuff. But as you saw up, you actually noticed that this island doesn't have nearly as much foliage as other ones. There's a lot more areas where there's open canopy, and you also see a lot more ruins. This whole island feels a lot more intact. Is probably the closest word, but it's not intact. It's just the closest you've seen to an intact, it's far more like, I'm sure you've seen like the remains of like Machu Picchu or something like that. There's far more like, oh, I can see that is a row of buildings about this island than there is tiny bits of rock between the forest. So
22.
With that 22, you notice that this area seems to have, as you take in the sights of it, this temple seems to be an annex on a much larger construct that you're around, and it seems to be very. And you look at the sort of formation of some of the outlines of the walls of the remaining rubble of some of the buildings that are still intact. This looks to be either monastical or military. It's like looks to be like. You're familiar with a chevalier, where you have like a cathedral built into a castle, built into a barracks, built into a thing that is like the like Grand Order of a Holy Order's sort of base, like their main holding, and that just like twigs to your mind that this is like this entire island seems to be remarkably intact as an ancient sort of monastery structure. And a lot of the overgrowth of this island feels more like it's there via time rather than in previous islands where you feel like the foliage has been there malignantly. It's like it's almost aggressive in its encompassing of whatever was once these islands. Here it feels more natural.
Curious. Then with that, he will return once more towards the group and inform them of what he discovered. Other structures, the growth here doesn't seem as strict as it has been prior. Whether or not that's the divine influence that is keeping it beaten back, or if it's just that the natural growth just hasn't had the time to grow, I'm uncertain. But there has been a change in it. This area is not just the rampant desecration that we've noticed on the other islands. It's not expanded to be that yet. So the closer we get to the epicenter, the stronger the celestial influence is. At least that's a guess.
Ruby shrugs after thinking about it. This is all outside my expertise, I'm afraid.
There were other searches. There are other sections that we could search on this island as well. If only just to explore something before the day ends. I'm hesitant about going back to the temple for a rest, just in the fear that if we wake up in the morning we find that the temple doesn't connect to the same places it did before, and we find ourselves not moving forward. But depending on how much time we have, using it to explore the other islands might not be a bad use of our time.
How long, roughly, was Britain in the air?
Um, 10 minutes or so. You can do light activity while you're trying to attune to the blindfold.
As long as someone can hold my hand, I'll probably be alright.
We could just take the 30 minutes. We're not in a huge rush to get you out of here. Like, this is probably where we're going to set up camp if we don't have anywhere else anyways, because it's next to one of the waystones.
30 years have passed since the blue band left.
Were there any more... You said there was more of a... Like, this was a complex kind of thing. Like a monastery complex. Did any of the other buildings look like points of interest that might want to be looked at on this island? Or is it mostly just, roofless ruins other than this?
There's a couple of still sort of somewhat intact buildings, but even this is roofless, like what you're in now. I'm sure you've seen Lambert. I'm sure you've seen like the remains of a Roman fort.
Been in one.
Yeah, it's more like that for the majority. Then every now and then it's like, oh no, that is clearly a keep. Whereas like either it was a multi-story building or reinforced in some way, it's kind of survived a bit more. So it's a little column A, column B in that regard.
Might be worth doing a bit of a scout on this island and then going to the other ones if there's more to discover here.
Okay.
Okay. So, who is doing the searching of this island, or how are you planning on doing the searching of this island? Who's taking the lead? Who's taking point here?
If we have the time, Ruby will do a little attunement swapping and
Sure.
put the gem of seeing on
Okay, yeah.
and affix it and look around with it.
Okay. That gives you true sight, right?
It does. The perfectest of sights. Can't see the future. Has anybody else gone missing here before? Any famous explorers or adventurers who traveled out here who were just vanished and never heard from again?
Make a history check.
Sure. I could do that once I get the game up and loading. Uh, 19 plus 7, 26.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot. Like, it's not unheard of that expeditions have come here. Both, like, religious expeditions back in the day, because obviously this is essentially a holy site that has been lost that nobody can get to. Like, what is better? What is being closer to the king that never was than the place that they were first invested with their godly powers, where the great summit happened, where, like, this is, like, essentially these islands hold the secrets of everyone's history in the continents these days. So of course people have sent expeditions here. Of course people have tried to come here before. Nobody has ever been very successful. People have made it to the
people have come back.
Yeah, enough that, like, the outer islands are somewhat looked at, like the same. It's enough that there is somewhat of a settlement here. Nobody's made it to the heart of this place and ever come back.
Has anybody ever mentioned anything about wibbly wobbly timey wimey stuff?
Nothing has ever said it straightforwardly, if that makes sense. From what you know, it's more like a case of the islands are shadowed in power and mystery and more descriptive words than just saying, yeah, time's fucked, yo. That nobody, like, ever said out, like, there is no documentation of, oh, the cause of this, It's more just like, nobody has ever made it back to the island. Nobody has ever unlocked the secrets of the island. The arcane mystery. It's more along those lines than yes. The space-time continuum is slapping one another at this location right now. This man is called space-time. This one's called continuum, and they're just
fighting. Yeah, effect. It's in this place. Effect happens before cause. She'll unattune from the ring of, I guess, the ring of protection for a little bit and put the soul gem in.
Sure.
Or the eye of gem of seeing. Thanks, Cat.
I think the thing that shocks you the most is that you can't see an ethereal plane here. Normally, when you've done the true seeing, you see all the little, like, invisible sprites and all the elements of the ethereal plane sort of seeping through.
Yeah.
It looks the same which is raises more questions than it has answered. But if whoever's helming the exploration, please just give me a quick survival check, please. I'm guessing Gourd.
Gourd, yeah.
Gourd, the survivalist.
He's one
Yeah.
with nature.
19.
Jesus Christ, that's a +10. Oh, yeah, you're fine. You managed to hack away some of you managed to use Druidcraft to move away some of the vinage and get yourself out of this area pretty cleanly. And actually, it doesn't take you long that you find a path around this island more. Like, there is a subtle cobblestone hidden by a layer of soil and dust and tree leaf litter and such. But there's enough of like a hewn stone material under this that you kind of becomes easy to navigate. You start feeling like directions. You actually see an old site, like a signage area, and it's like the symbology is like, it feels like more of a signpost. Like, it's not a waystone, it's just a literally, that's that way, that's this way, that one. And some of the writing here isn't in that weird celestial script. Some of it's in like older common, so it's easier to understand. So you get the impression of like cookhouse and barracks 1 through 10, barracks 10.
Others
Yeah, barracks 11 through 13. And then, Gourd, you pick this up. I'm not going to make you roll for it with your ridiculous perception. You start to notice something that you haven't seen before on other islands. Like on some of the cobble, on some of the, up against the walls. You see outlines in the shapes of people.
Is anybody else seeing this? These almost silhouettes.
That's a great description.
Do we?
Once Gourd picks them out, you do see them, and then they become like the only thing you notice. Like, it's like, oh, like.
Are
So
they
it's-
all kind of like shadows from a certain direction? Like, if they're on the north side or the south side of a building, are there also shadows on the north side of a building?
Yeah,
Like,
there's no
or are they
rhyme or
all
reason
in
to
the...
them. It's more like,
After images?
yes, it's got a little bit of a Pompeii about it.
Something is.
Ethereal about them.
Except there's no ethereal plane here.
There isn't?
No.
How do you
At
know?
least not that I can see. And she'll point to her gem.
Oh. Maybe because they've merged here.
No. It's almost like we've been shunted through time.
Before there was an ethereal plane?
I don't have the understanding of cosmology well enough to put this one into any way that makes sense. But it's almost like you're looking at a mirage on a road on a hot day. You can see them, you know they're there, but once you focus on them and get close, they vanish away. But they're not illusions, I don't think. It's almost like we're looking through a glass darkly.
Are we able to interact with any of them if I tried to approach?
Yeah, I think some of my description may have been slightly lost. These are like on surfaces.
Like I'm picturing like nuclear shadows.
Yeah, yes.
Oh,
Exactly.
these aren't actual
no,
people
no.
walking around.
Which is why I was asking about the direction.
Yeah.
Oh,
This-
I thought they-
I too was under this. It's like, so Barton was like, so what could cause the literal shadows of a person to be burned into a wall?
Yes, that's the better. Yeah, they're like, it's more like coloration of the stone is in the outline of a person, not like the ghosts. However,
Gotcha.
wait
Okay,
till
that makes
island
more
number
sense.
3. Or well, no, this is island number 4 for you guys. It's like,
So if this is a nuclear shadow style,
yes, that's a
After
great.
image.
Yes,
then
who threw the smite?
if they're on both north and south sides of buildings, then the cataclysm happened
Yeah.
everywhere all at once.
And we're centered on it.
Yeah.
Fascinating. So Ruby's just gonna look
Because-
up at just towards the sky with the gem.
sure. What are you at looking to ascertain towards the sky?
With the lack of ethereal plane,
Yeah.
she's looking for if, because time is weird, there's a hope that maybe there is a residue or an afterglow or something in the fabric of reality that says this part of the world was damaged,
Okay.
other than just shadows on the wall. Because there's no crater that we're on that I could see. Unless Ruby flies up 400 feet and goes, oh yeah, found it.
But then Breton would have.
Sure. I think the thing that it's pretty much a normal sky. The only thing is it's getting harder to place where the sun is right now.
Just ambient glow.
Yeah, it's more like you can follow the glow. It's not like circular sun, if I stare at it, I go blind kind of thing. It's more like either there's such a high cloud cover today that it's just sort of being uplift, or there's just something as you go deeper into the islands, more of the normal natural around is giving way to the islands themselves.
Oh, she will do detect magic again.
Oh, sure. Are you looking for any particular types of magic?
Well, last time I did it, it was looking at everything everywhere all at once.
Yeah.
So she's just trying to get a feel for, is this place even brighter than before or dimmer than before, or is it just different? Did magic work differently back then? Does it work differently now? Is there a residue on the wall from the explosion?
Sure. You get a whole essence of this island that is different to the previous islands you've been on. Again, this island feels more protected, feels safer, except for the nuclear shadows. There's a lot of abjurative magic. That's protection, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, there's a lot of abjurative magic sort of just flowing freely in the air here, like dust on the wind. It feels like this whole place is just a lot more consecrated. Like there's to the paladins here, there is a consecration, and it covers the island this time. And the magic doesn't feel totally different. Like it's not like there's no like real flavoral difference to it. Not here anyway, and not from the. What you do feel is whatever power was here has ebbed a lot. This place was clearly so hallowed it hurts. Now it's just the after effects of it. Something does sort of ping to you, though.
Mm-hmm.
It is, again, abjurative magic, but it's a very, very different type in one of the buildings, like coming up on the right.
Ruby will point. Stronger magic coming from that particular building. Start making her way towards it.
What kind?
Abjuration.
Like everything else, then.
More, but yes.
That means the building might be, well, it is protected in some
More
way.
protected. Yeah. Perhaps a magic shop or another relic temple of some sort.
Could it be
Or a rich
trapped?
person protecting their home.
And
Does it
so
look like a home or a shop, or does it have any kind of...
No. So a lot of this place looks, I think I've said it before, monastical or military in function. It's like walking around a fort. So whilst there is like a bakery here, it is clearly set for this complex. And there's also all, like, every now and then you're actually passing like what remains of like statues of what seem to be like angelic beings. And like there's a lot of symbology, some of which you recognize to be like more marks of the law singer, others that you don't quite. Again, it's like a kept path. There was clearly what seemed to be like, before it's heavily overgrown, like flower beds kind of thing here. It's clearly like it is a military complex where people lived for a long time.
I'm gonna keep my eye out for traps
Sure. You do so.
of mundane and magical kind.
Okay.
About 30 on the perception. Yeah.
Yeah. As Gourd continues to see sound,
Hear color.
you actually. That's
All
funny.
senses are one.
Gourd's always been able to see color, but for different reasons. But you actually, after a little bit of investigation, it's not the building is like abjurated, but what you do pick up on is a chest is protected by abjuration magic.
Over there. There's a magical chest, though it does look like it is warded and protected. I can attempt to dispel it, but the last time I did that, the whole island came crashing down.
Well, we're not floating on this one, so I think we might be at least safer in that regard.
Very well. Allow me a moment.
Is it possible to
If-
determine what kind of magical ward is on with detect magic, or is it just
Protection.
it's detect?
Abjuration.
It's just abjuration.
Without
I'm gonna
identifying
back
it.
up just a little bit. So I guess after I pass 10 feet, I can no longer see you. So
Actually,
good luck.
That's not true. You have blind sight out to 100 foot.
Okay, so
So you have true sight at 10 foot.
I have blind sense to 100 feet. I was thinking is that not like I can
You can detect creatures at
is it
200
like
feet.
Daredevil style?
Yeah,
sight?
it's essentially like you start seeing everything else is just like vibrate, like you see the outlines of vibrations, and then if they come into 10 feet, you see the ethereal plane. It's a weird like gradient
Not here.
shift.
I don't know what the
No,
fuck
okay, no.
Ruby's
So
talking
everything's
about.
norm-
Seeing
everything-
the ethereal
you
plane.
see
Not a
normally
clue.
within a glaive's reach, and then you sense 100 feet out, basically.
So with
Your
my true sight, I
sight-
can
your-
still
your-
read shit.
Yes, true sight. You can read shit still.
Sweet. Okay.
Yes.
It's the only bit I was worried about.
Yes, so you don't have to keep like.
Let me take off my reading glasses.
I need these just for driving, you know.
Yeah.
But yes, Ruby, go ahead. Roll to dispel.
is it possible? Ruby, do you have identify? Can you just identify the chest?
I can, but it will take about 10 minutes.
Breton just looks around like, do we have somewhere to be?
Very
We're
well.
just wasting the rest of the day anyways.
She will ritually cast Identify on the chest.
Okay.
I didn't think it was going to collapse the island into the ocean, but if we can identify it in the future, let's...
This is a magically locked chest.
It's a magically locked chest.
It's
Alright.
not connected to the wider world. It is not going to plummet you into a sinkhole. It is just a magically locked chest.
And me without knock. Damn you, sorcerer spell list! She will cast third level dispel.
I was going to make a joke. Breton will cast knock, and he will walk up to the chest and just knock on it. No, he doesn't have knock. He does not do that either. He just lets Breton, he just repeats dispel magic.
Ruby, you hear you hear like a click as the and the chest, like under the pressure of the lock and the springs and the magic sort of subsiding, it pops open slightly.
And then she'll walk over and open it.
Cool.
It's a mimicker.
You see some like bundles of like silken cloth, like covering something.
Interesting. She'll pull them out.
And you, as you open the silks, you see a pile of what looks like platinum, with a lot of what's it called? A lot of like they're like they're minted in a minting that you don't recognize.
Officers' salaries, maybe, or soldier salaries.
Possibly, but but in the center of this pile of platinum pieces, there is a skull made out of what seems to be platinum.
Detect magic still.
Yeah, it's mundane. It's just a skull coated in platinum by the looks of it.
Like, alas, poor Yorick, I hardly knew you size skull, or
Yeah.
what kind of skull are we? Oh, yeah, okay. Huh. Bit odd. I feel like this is a set of, like, 3, and I need them to stop a bad guy from a different show. Anyway. The Phantom? Anybody? Anybody?
I say, at least it's not made of crystal.
No.
Yeah, well, then no one would get it because no one watched that film.
Oh, The Phantom. That was a great movie, man. I love that.
All right.
I was talking about the crystal one.
The Crystal Skull, yeah, no, that's very true. Those were terrible.
Hey, we
Oh.
were just talking about nuclear shadows, though.
Hey, find a refrigerator, quickly!
Yes, the entire island begins to flood with water.
How much are we talking here in terms of platinum?
Eyeballing it, 300.
3,000 gold plus the skull, probably worth another 3,000. Scoop. Ching.
Do we really need that where we're going?
It clearly would be a good idea to have a copy, at least one of them, to see the marking on it, the minting, so we can maybe get it appraised. And yeah, we should just take it all.
Okay.
No, I lost my entire savings when my ship went down, Gourd. Go fuck yourself. I'm taking the platinum.
You do actually, yeah. You did lose a lot of money very recently.
I'm still a little salty about that, so she's...
Not as salty as the gold we lost.
Briny.
How much am I adding, and where am I adding it to? So I'm assuming I'm not going to stuff this into my pockets.
No, you're going to stuff it into Breton's pockets.
I've
That's right, I don't carry
added,
things.
I've
Over
added
that.
300 platinum to the party sheep, and then somebody add platinum skull to their inventory.
I will add platinum skull to my inventory. I don't know what I can do with it, but I have one.
Yeah, you just have a.
Probably make a kick-ass arcane focus somehow.
Skull's really not her thing. That's a Warhammer thing. But sure.
We'll spend some time with it later.
Just somebody
Anyway.
like attach it to a stick and just start beaming people with it.
Yeah, yeah.
Is there anything else in here? Because this does look like it might be officer's salary, or although I've never heard an officer who gets paid in platinum.
It
soldier
doesn't.
salary.
It doesn't seem to be the rest of the chest is essentially bare except for those like silks,
Silk.
which were like they were like a deep sort of beige color, silvery color, kind of matches somewhat the blindfold that Valymr is now wearing.
They are not magical?
Non-magical, yeah, they're just silks.
Okay. I'm going to add that to my inventory. It's just silk cloth.
Yeah, it's just a silk cloth, probably a like small blanket size.
Sure, it's a shawl. Sorry, she's adventuring. She likes the
Yeah,
stuff.
it's in all honesty, it's probably in there to help stop oxidization on the metals, or to stop them like rubbing against the chest.
Well, I think this was now entirely worth it. We are 3,000 gold richer. And a skull.
Clearly, the skull was the most important part of this. It's just intriguing. Like, is it a skull made of platinum, or is
Yeah.
it a skull that is what's the word when you do just the coating? The
Plated.
no,
That's true.
plated.
She'll tink it.
Gilded is
yeah.
the term. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
G-word. It's not gentrified. That's a completely
She'll-
different thing.
She'll tink it. See, like, weigh it. Is it heavier than a skull?
Yeah.
It's heavier.
Density.
It's heavy. It's heavy.
So we fill a bathtub.
You're not, but you wouldn't, without taking a core sample, you would not be sure if it was fully metal or had bone inside, or once had bone inside.
There's an old wizard who used to do a trick about this. You fill a bathtub with water, and then depending on the displacement of platinum, you just put the skull in there, and depending on how much is displaced, you find out if it is completely platinum or if there's imperfections in it.
Except that would be mass, not density.
Breton just looks at you like he has no idea what you're talking about.
How big something is versus how much something weighs.
Zep would know. I ain't got a clue.
Why are we putting platinum in water?
Yeah, poor platinum.
Okay.
Anyway.
I think we should maybe check out another of the islands from the portal.
Are we done here on this one?
Just give me a quick investigation check for the. Actually, do you want to spend more time on this island? If so, tell me how long, and I'll ask for an investigation check, and we'll like see what you guys uncover. Or do you want to go somewhere else?
Until the DM tells us there is nothing left on this island.
There you go. Well, it's up to you guys.
This is the quest marker. Go check. This island is complete. 100%. Investigation.
All right.
Sure.
So, yeah, are you spending more time?
Yeah. Okay. Let's. Do we do individual ones?
Yeah. Everybody, give me an investigation. You gather this island feels safer.
19.
You feel more comfortable in investigating on your own.
Bit of 12 going on.
19.
17.
Well, I feel like I don't even need to roll, but I'm going to roll that.
I'm glad you did.
19 as well.
Fist bump.
Oh, nice. Okay.
For a group that doesn't have like a very high intelligence character, that's a lot of high intelligence rolls.
That's great, guys. Yeah, fantastic. Okay, let's start with Breton. I'm gonna work backwards. Breton, you begin to explore towards the. You'll just decide to take a cardinal direction of the island, essentially. Breton, and you begin to walk some of the streets around there, and it kind of goes downhill slightly, and you find what looks to be a small sort of area that looked to be part of a barrack structure. And you carefully open up the structure. It's a little bit more intact than some of the other what look to be barracks buildings. And at first you're kind of clearing the room, and then you see a cobblestone in the floor that looks to be loose.
Natural inclination, if there is loose cobblestone, you see why it's loose.
You look at it, and it's kind of filled with soil a bit, but you think somebody had something under here.
Mhm. Yes, little hidey hole in the floor. Sure, he's just gonna take a look.
You know, take the pommel of a dagger just to loosen it a little bit. Pick out the cobblestone, and underneath you see a leather-wrapped. Managed to sort of withstand the elements a bit, like a leather-wrapped small parcel.
Take it over to like a bench or something, and just very kind of like unfold it on there.
Sure. It looks to be like a very small book. It's been wrapped in the leather. Like once you unwrap it.
Written in, assuming that he does open it up and start to peruse it, written in the old language or just older common.
This seems to be an older common.
I guess it'll take a few moments to start looking through it, see what it says about what's going on.
It seems to be someone chronicling their journey, and their own sort of personal story, almost diary-like, but not completely. It's a little bit fanciful. It seems more like what's it called? It's not like dated on days, etc. It's not set up like a journal. It's more like someone going. It's more someone writing autobiographically, or at least it seems autobiographically about their time in the War for the Heavens.
What language is it in?
It's an older common.
Older common, interesting.
So it's like reading like Chaucer English.
It's illegible. Then.
Really obnoxious to read, by the way.
Yeah, it's gonna take Brett in a minute, but he's probably
Yeah.
gonna.
I
probably
tried
gonna
it, so I gave up.
spend some time just reading through this and see what he can glean about it.
Sure,
Who this individual was,
absolutely.
especially like if he's dictating like his own experiences during the War of the Heavens. Like this is a first-hand account of the War of the Heavens.
Yeah. Sure. While you're doing that, let's go up to Gourd. Gourd, you head towards what look to be the kitchens and bakeries to this place, and as you explore the area, you find lots of tables, and the food, like the canteen, so to speak, like the eatery, there seems to be actually mostly intact. The thing that surprises you most, Gourd, is that it looks as though one of the fireplaces of this room has been used recently.
How recently?
Give me a survival check.
I would approach and
Yeah.
kind of sift through the matter, feel if there's heat or.
There's
see how
definitely
old
no
the
heat,
charcoal
but it's
is.
like but there's charcoal there, and it's not like been heavily disturbed. So, week, 2 weeks maybe. Like, obviously this room isn't disturbed much, but also you notice that like there seems to be boot print, like in some of the dust that's accrued in here.
I was gonna start saying, is there like a trail or a path or
It's not like a trail or a path,
Not
but this
a-
is just like general movement, and it seems like someone has used like one of the old cook pots here.
I'm gonna try and see if I could piece together what they were doing in a sense. Other than just residing here, like kind of how long did they stay?
Sure.
Was it just a passing night? Is
Sure.
it possible to come back? Kind of just try and take some time to
Sure.
summarize that.
You look around the building and you find like discarded food waste, like in some of the bushes, and You start to look around, look at the signs, look at like some of the stuff that's been moved and slightly ajar, like taken around here, and it's you get the impression that they were here for a couple of days, like 1 to 3, more closer to like actually more like 2 to 3, and it was a while ago, possibly like from like the whatever that's been discarded in terms of the food waste. It seems to be like a week or 2 old. You also get the impression that it was a solo traveler.
Okay. I'll get information for now and bring it back to the group once they're done.
Sure. Valymr,
Yes.
you walk down the main sort of stretch of pathing in this location, and you look around and you find more of these outlines. The thing that surprises you most about these outlines, like normally where people fall in battle, ancient graveyards, only the biological matter tends to go. Whereas these shadows are so neat that, and also you get the impression of like some of these people were like in full armor with weapons, and there's no signs of that, just this sort of shaded scar on the world. But the world around looks like it wasn't disturbed much by them going. This is almost like it's almost like an ink stain, like a thumbprint on paper, like more than it is like a scorch mark or anything like that. But eventually you come across one that is winged, humanoid but winged, just over what seems to be the ground in front of you towards a well, and you just get this impression of this isn't just your average humanoid here that was caught up in whatever this effect, whatever struck this place, was very powerful.
Would Valymr have any knowledge of angelic beings, or like do Aasimar have wings? I know they do when they get a high level, right? But
Some Aasimar do.
like,
Some Aasimar do.
How common are they in this world?
An Aasimar with wings in this world is rarer than you are.
Okay.
And a lot of the angelic beings obviously went with their various gods post Green and Pleasant Day, so
Well, this is during the Green and Pleasant Day, so this could be one that didn't get the chance to leave.
true. And you have also met another angel that didn't get a chance to leave in your time in this world as a group.
Might need a reminder on that one.
The one who is soul bonded with the King of Uthray and his sword.
Yeah.
Alistair.
Yeah. Okay.
And they're without physical form anymore, so and I think they told you that to remain they had to lose their physical form. That was like part of what their charge, so to speak. That's what you get.
Okay.
And then Ruby, finally. You move towards the building that looks to be the keep, or a keep of this building. It's pretty hollowed out. It's not like fully standing. There is a fireplace that remains, but as you get to the top as well, you see you get the height advantage. And on one of the rocky shores of beach of this island, you see a small boat.
Is there anybody on it?
Doesn't look like it. The sails are down, like they're rolled up, and
Oh, not like a rowboat, an actual boat.
It's not quite. It's more like a 5-man yacht, like sailing, like single sail, bit bigger than a rowboat, much smaller than the vessel that you came in on. Like,
She'll whistle down to the group. Oh, there's a boat over there by the shore.
I'm surprised. This is the first we're seeing of one. This is an island chain. People getting lost here. Sorry, I'm rambling.
It doesn't look occupied. I'm gonna go over there to see, and she'll go over to it.
you climb down the keep. The others didn't see it, obviously, because the castle, the monastery wall is high enough that it's like mast and it's down, and you find a way to it. And
You are followed, by the way.
Oh, Breton will follow.
No. But there is a griffin that is just skulking along behind you.
Pat Solvaril, excuse me. Pat. Scritch the feather.
Silver in all chat. Hi.
Hello there.
General
Yeah,
Silver.
you find this like little it's like a lake sailing sort of boat.
Sure,
Like
gotcha.
doesn't have a cabin, so to speak. It has like a
It's for day trips. You're not going very far.
Yeah. It's got storage and like a small little area with like you could put a small table in it, sort of seating under the.
I got you.
In the bed, but then it's just single sail thing. Looks to be you see
Island
like,
hopper.
Yeah, an island hopper. Exactly. Yeah. It's a mess. This ship is a mess. Whilst the sails are like neatly put away and it is like tied off and stuff, the chests are ransacked. The any of the storage areas that look to be ransacked, like there's like closet doors sort of that open. It's almost like someone has like pilfered this. But no signs of any occupants or anyone living here.
No shadows on the wall here, or
No. This looks much newer than the place around. Yeah.
She'll get off the boat and look at the shoreline. Are there footprints or signs of activity recent? No.
Give me an investigation check because the beach itself is glass.
Sure.
The bird helps.
Big bird helps.
Big bird.
He's got good eyes.
Yeah.
And he can understand. He can understand what you want to look for. He can't respond to you, but he can understand.
16.
He can scream at the top of his lungs when he finds something. 16. You do find some sort of like a disturbance in the brush, etc. Which you get the impression of someone has like scampered, like not too dissimilar. Like you found the steps down. The person who like either got on or got off or both this boat didn't find the steps, and you find like some like damage to the brush, etc., where someone scampered up like the rocky shoreline and then climbed a bit of the lower wall and then scampered back down, etc.
There's a possibility we're not alone here. Silverell, I doubt it. But could you just do a quick flyover? If you see somebody other who's not me, Breton, Valymr, Gourd.
Ah!
Or Kettle.
Ah! And Silverall takes off, does a scout of the area.
There's nothing in the boat though, no chests or
There's
marking
some chests
maps.
It seems like everything of use on this boat has kind of been pilfered. There's like some broken rope. There's like you find like 3 pitons and like a small peen, like ball peen hammer. Like you find certain little tools, etc. But you don't find anything. It seems like someone has either taken everything or like either the people that took it with them, like when they first came ashore here, or someone else has come in and pilfered this.
It feels like somebody would come here to rob the place, would then leave by the same manner. I get the impression they weren't able to leave here, which means they got attacked by something or couldn't leave. Danger senses are tickling. Yeah, she'll make her way back to the group.
Sure. I would say about this time you can all sort of regroup pretty easily. This island, as well as a note, is probably like at maximum it will take you 10 minutes to cross it. Like, but it's quite a big complex, but it's not huge.
All right. Right, I found a boat by the shore. A little single man, or a little 5-man, nothing very large. I think it was probably hopping from island to island. But it's newer than everything else around here.
There's been somebody camping in the kitchen, the chow hall.
And that's probably how they got here then. I did not see anything about where they came from, though, or where they went. So presumably they might even still be here.
There was no logbook or anything?
No.
Interesting.
I'm almost more surprised we haven't seen any other signs of ship-going vessels. I mean, this is an island chain after all, and one would think that if you wanted to explore thoroughly, you wouldn't just stop at the first island you find, you would explore through the water. We've not
The
seen
amount
any
of trouble
sign
we
of...
had. Sorry.
I just assume that any explorer worth their salt would be stubborn about it. They would persist, and the shifting islands wouldn't stop them. And given that we are on a lone vessel, we didn't even realize that we were being dilated by the time until we tried to come back. And moving much slower on a boat, you might not realize at all just how long you're taking to do what you're doing.
Maybe. First place they went was the kitchen, where they camped. Food, hungry.
How
there was-
old did it look like the camp was?
What it was? You said like a week or two?
Yeah, from what
Yeah.
you can surmise.
About a week or two. They were only here for a few days at most.
But they didn't take their boat to leave.
No, guess not.
I wonder why.
Maybe they're still here.
Would have seen them. They can't hide in the ethereal plane. They're not invisible.
They just not be here. They've already moved on, then they're ahead of us.
It does lead to surmise that there's another way off this island does not involve boating.
You reckon they could have used a portal?
Or there is a portal here, maybe.
If only Siraj was here, she'd be able to find it.
Alas, she is not. Let's see if we can track this man's passages. His passing through the island. Perhaps there is an indication of his last place.
We can continue to look, yes.
I also found something of interest. It was a book I've been looking through here. Seems to be the account of a warrior who fought in the War of Heaven.
Hmm.
I haven't had much time to look through it yet, but by all accounts, it seems like it might have some useful information once we've had time to read it over properly.
Ruby's gonna go back to the kitchen where this makeshift camp was. God, you want to help me find? Perhaps we can trail this individual.
Sure. There's some discarded scraps of food out here. Maybe see if there's a trail off of that.
Okay. How are you planning on tracking this individual? Are you what skill set are you relying on? Should I say?
Ruby's capacity is with the eyeballs of looking and seeing. She doesn't have much else, but so you're not a ranger. He didn't escape into the ethereal plane because it's not here.
Correct.
Unless he took it with him.
I don't see any signs of a teleportation circle. So he could teleport, presumably. Or he's about here somewhere. Or something got him. I don't see any signs of a fight or a struggle. There's no, I mean, outside of the scorch marks on the wall from, the previous inhabitants, I don't see any recent signs of a battle. No blood, no bone, no bits. Yeah, nothing.
On that topic, I did find another one of those shadows, but this one had wings, as in an angel.
Oh, we just got supernatural into a wall, huh?
Sammy.
You ever seen that when an angel gets killed, they leave like a scorch mark on the wall and there's
That's
wings?
It's exactly what it looks like. That legitimately, yes. That's where my mental image went to. When
Like in Blade. So they do that when the vampires die. They do that in Blade as well, don't they?
They kind of turn to dust in Blade. I'll try and find it in thingy, and I'll throw it in chat. But yeah,
So.
no. Okay, then just give me a perception check. Perception or investigation if you're using your eyeballs.
Go ahead, Gourd. I'll assist.
Would tracking not be survival?
They opted to do their eyeballing, so
That's how Ruby does it. Ruby doesn't know any other way to do it.
I said
Eyeballs
I
and
was going to
geometry
start over
scenes.
by the food scraps and see if I could find a trail.
Okay.
Or like footprints or something.
okay. Then I will also allow survival. Should you wish to track them kind of idea.
$15.
God, the fact that you're 5 is a 15.
I mean, Zeb had some better
Yeah, I was
ones.
going to say, are you not like inoculated from it from Zep?
Yeah, but after it's true. Takes you a little while, but eventually you come across what seems to be like a coat or jacket. Someone's like taken it off and like put it to the side. They've kind of like lent it over what looked to be the remains of a bench. You're in a small sort of courtyard-esque area with a few buildings around. Not complete buildings, it's just like lower half of walls. But looks to be a well in the center of it. It's actually quite near where Valymr saw the larger angel outline, or angelic outline.
Well, shall we?
Behind you.
We'll approach and look into it.
Sure. It's very, very deep. You cannot see the bottom. I don't think. What's your vision distance?
Normal, probably the normal dark vision distance. Oh, I don't even know if I have dark vision. I
Did
think
we
I do.
all follow, or is this just Ruby?
I don't know. Did you all follow?
I was gonna ask if, while this was going on, if Breton wanted to read the book with me, see if I could help with some of the old commoniness, if it helped at all. But I mean, we could walk with if and stick together if not.
I don't see any reason why we should separate.
Well, in that case, would my blind sense be able to see down the well?
For 100 feet, yes. So you do see the bottom.
Okay.
There seems to be a chamber down there. There doesn't seem to be water. It seems like it opens up into something.
Good news. There's no water at the bottom of the well. There is there's a room down there.
How big of a area? How wide of an opening is the well?
How wide of an opening is the well? It's about a 10-foot. No, it's about 5 foot. Sorry for the pipe.
All right.
And it's completely dark. There's no light coming from this chamber at the bottom.
No. You just know that it you can see it widens out and there's no water.
Gourd, can you turn into like flying
Thinking.
animals and
I'm looking up the list, a wild shape list right now.
maybe like a bat?
What about a canary?
I was thinking more of like a spider or a gecko, something that could scale the walls and
Not
see
a bad
well.
idea.
Ruby's gonna pull some rope out
Sure.
and just, is there like an overhang above it?
No,
For the well?
it's open well.
Oh, then she'll take a python, tink, 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 rap, 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 rap. Other python, tink, 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 rap, rap, rap. And then cast light on the rope.
Okay.
Rest of the whole rope, the whole
Just the
50
whole
of it.
rope. It's a whole object that glows.
Damn.
Yeah, it goes down for about 50 feet, and then you see it open into a chamber, and you see a marbled floor down there.
Last one down's a rotten egg. And Ruby's just gonna start climbing down. There is a genuine smile on her face. There's something about this bit of adventure that she just seems to really like. She's having fun.
Guess we're going.
So
Does
the
the
light,
rope hit the bottom?
yeah, so the rope does, and it's only the bottom of the rope that's lit because you can only do up to 10 foot with the light cantrip. So that's
Good
how
enough, I
how we'll work it because.
But the rope does hit the floor.
Yeah. Well,
Okay,
actually, how many foot of rope do you have?
Ruby's got 50.
So no, it doesn't. There's a 10-foot drop at the end.
At the very end, she'll attach her silk scarf to it.
Okay. But you can all make your way
Fuck
down.
it.
A 10-foot
now-
drop's not going to hurt you all.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the drop hurting. I'm worried about
No.
being able to. Never mind, we got Breton.
What? You have a hard time getting up?
Sure.
Ruby's gonna climb down. She's happy. This is a good day.
So, there's a giant canary. I just want to point that out. There's a giant canary.
But that kind of
In
defeats
his
the
band.
point. That defeats the object of a canary because the lungs will be bigger if it's giant.
Yeah, it still knows. I'm gonna transfer into a giant canary so that we know if there's any deadly gases down there.
Don't care, gonna go to the bottom.
So it's a gourd-sized canary, just.
Literally big bird at this point.
Nice.
Okay.
And now I can't unsee it.
But the four of you make it down, and it seems like this complex goes underground, and you find yourself that this isn't a well. This is actually probably for oxygen down here, for like breathable air, like ventilation.
Well.
And you open into a relatively large, what seems to be like a quadrangled corridor room. There's
Quadrangled?
yeah. Like a quadrangle, or like a quad.
Isn't it just a rectangle?
No, it's a feature on a building is a quad. It's a quad.
Okay.
So like, to use the franchise that shall
I
not
see
be
it.
named.
I got it. It's a. Yep, I see it. Cool.
Yeah, so it's like a quad, but it's small. It's probably about 20-foot cube room. Doors are intact though with this area, and yeah, there's a lot of like there's a lot of wall art here of what seems to be carvings of this what seems to be you get the heavy impression of the monastic order that lived here. It's kind of what you see to be their deeds. And there's a big you see a much larger like angel above them all, with a blindfold on, holding a large banner. But it's like full wall, sort of like you get the impression that this might be of the War of the Heavens, maybe even the final battle, but it seems to be like a full wall sort of diorama, like art on all four walls.
The glowing orbs of dancing lights to illuminate the entire wall. Wow. There we go. Now we're really illuminated. Yeah, nothing? Okay. I'm just gonna read then. I can hear the crickets. Oh, go ahead.
Is there, other than like the drawings, is there any text to read, or is it just the
It's all art.
big wall art paintings?
Ruby's gonna open up
Are
a
there
journal
any?
and-
There are. You said there were doors. Is it like one on each wall?
Northeast, south, and west.
Ruby is gonna open up her journal and start sketching.
Sure.
Obviously not word skip to scale, but the general idea of the mural.
Yeah.
A journal. Right. Which door?
Toss 2 coins.
Ruby's gonna walk to the closest one. Northern, I guess. The northern door.
Okay. Northern door. The door also has art on it. Like it's almost like when closed, it tries to complete the picture. And you push the door. It's kind of heavy. But as soon as you get it going, it glides on the smooth floor and opens to a corridor.
Is there art on the walls of the corridor as well?
No, this seems to just be like marble brick.
So what do you think we're looking at here? Aside from a dungeon. Monastery?
A monastery for sure.
Crypt?
Strange that it's underground though. Yeah, no. As soon as you said crypt, Valymr is going to do his divine sensi doodad.
Jerry is still consecrated. Theoretically.
Yeah.
True.
It is.
Not divine sense, the other one. Detect good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
So within third, is there any celestial, elemental, aberration, fey fiend, or undead within 30 feet that is not behind a foot of stone?
Nope.
Cool. Nice. Is it consecrated or desecrated here?
Consecrated.
Okay.
So this is where that marble is that I detected earlier.
Yeah. Well, I guess walk down the corridor.
Yeah.
Bringing the dancing lights with us.
They follow along.
along the corridor? Are there doors, or is it just one door at the end?
There are about halfway down the corridor. There's a door on each side, and then you see a door towards the end.
Checking for traps.
Okay. Make a perception check.
16.
Lower than your natural perception. Okay.
Yeah.
Everything seems fine. So do you want to check either of the side doors, or are you going straight to the end?
Side door. One on the right first. Boop.
Okay.
Pokes in.
Open it up. Seems to be rooms filled with sarcophagi.
Start clicking on every single sarcophagus to loot the gold.
And and these rooms are not small. There's like a good 50-foot cube room with multiple sarcophagi in this one, and like walled what's it called, like where they're inlaid into the wall as well, like the shelves with wrapped individuals on.
Is that an ossuary?
Yes. But you know those shelves where like where people are laid to rest on as well. That's what you see in front of you. And there is writing on some of the sarcophagus. Normally it's reading who the individual is. They're what you seem to assume is a rank, and then like a list of their deeds.
Anything stand out? How many sarcophagus did you say there were?
Full-on sarcophagi, probably about 20.
I would want to go around and
like
read all of them.
And then there's a further like 60 bodies in the walls.
Does any of the sarcophagi do any of them like stand out? Are any of them more regal or more like imposing or whatever than the rest? Or are they all identical-ish?
All identical-ish. They all you see a like they're all pretty plain, honestly. They're all very similar.
No sign of a head of state here.
No. You definitely get the impression as well that like there's clearly a delineation between those who are in the wall and those who have their own sarcophagi, but that's the only status difference you see.
What kind of deeds are there? Are they like monastic deeds, or are these like military deeds?
All very like heroic deeds.
Have like an example.
So there is an individual here by the name of, let me just pull one up.
Phineas Phil.
They're only ever given like singular names on them. There's no like last name given to these individuals. So there's an individual here by the name of Mythical, who is said to have felled 13 giants in the Battle of Eastern Bloc. Saving many civilians, and it's not spelled B-L-O-C-K. It's not that kind of block. It's B-L-O-Q-U-E.
So it's a French block.
It's like a regular block, but slightly more French. Like
it's block with a French accent. The Battle of Bloc.
Nothing worse what's worse than the Eastern Bloc? A French Eastern Bloc. Anyway,
French Russian.
And it's just like and then there's like other like military achievements, just like saving many people's lives. I was like you go across that, and there's another one called Orthiel, and it says that she pulled it saved 50 innocent souls from a burning cathedral. It's all kind of that kind of.
They're canonized in their own way.
Yeah, they've all got their own little.
I don't think as much in this one. I would say let's loot every single one of them, but even I have respect.
Mm.
A little bit. She'll look at a sarcophagus like she looks like she wants to push it open. Be cool.
Does True Sight do anything, like, do I see anything different to normal here, or no?
No, True Sight would allow you to see the ethereal plane, but there
I wish
isn't
there isn't one.
or invisible people.
No invisible people?
No.
The beautiful people. The beautiful people. Ruby's gonna just cross the hall, open the door to see if it's the same thing.
Yeah. There is a slightly larger sarcophagi in this one, though, in the center of the 20 arrayed.
Yeah. Go up to it.
It's sort of pedestaled up a little bit more ornate. And it also is larger. It's larger as in it looks like it would hold a larger person. And also instead of being a blank top with scripture on it, it is where it's carved in the shape of someone.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you see this long, elongated, large female, at least physically female individual wrapped in wings.
An angel. What's the reading? The inscription?
Rest in peace, Dame Aelin.
No, better not be. She can't be. She's immortal. Also, Isabella would be very upset.
You just see the name Tabaris, it's on the side by the foot, and it's a Grand Mistress in the Light of Judgment underneath.
Okay. Are there any offerings?
Around there does seem to attached to the sides of this sarcophagus. There seems to be metal holdings for incense burning or candle light. So it seems like people might have come here, but there's nothing that's happened here.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, should move on back to the hallway. Shall we?
Yep. To the one on the end.
To the door on the end.
Gourd, you pick this up before you get quite towards the end of the thing. From the other side of the door at the end of this hall, you hear running water.
Let's turn around.
Open the door.
He said, "I hear it, not you."
Sorry.
There might be a fountain of some sort, or a river. Let's be careful.
Well, the entire room is flooded, and we're about to learn how to swim. Just look slowly at Valymr.
Valymr, I'll make you a fish so that you're not scared of the water.
That's terrifying.
Can you imagine that as what's it called? Where you do therapy, immersion therapy. It's just you're afraid of the water. I turn you into a fish. Good luck.
Now you're either in
Dead.
the thing you're terrified of or dead.
You get over it real quick.
Take a swim, bitch. No, Ruby's gonna open the door.
Okay. It's not either, and the water just runs that. No. In front of you, you see and as soon as you all hear the running water as soon as you're at the door and as it opens, and this room has light. There is magical lights in here. It seems as they kind of little motes of light that float around, and there is what seems to be a tranquil pool with in the center of the pool there is a maiden statue holding a cornucopia, which is overflowing with water and filling the pool, and then it's draining off into the rocks at the edge, and it seems to be there, and there's little petals. Those of you who are familiar with the faith of the king that never was, you would have seen the what's known as the nectar of the gods, or the god water, that they flow in temples there. Water is a big sort of defining feature of faith of the king that never was, etc. And this matches that. It's a similar pool. However, there is just a slight reflective light to this.
As in the water is giving off light.
Slightly, and it's also it's sparkling in the motes of other light in the room. And at the far end, you also see, like, so this is like in the center, and then there's like little sort of almost benches inlaid into the sides of the walls, like little areas for sconces. But at the far end, you see a staircase up.
Anybody else feeling thirsty?
No?
Not really.
Why, are you? Can't you summon water?
Yes, but that water looks delicious.
It's water. It's never delicious. By definition, it's water.
Then you haven't tasted good water. Your tongue's been too.
No, go ahead. Tell me my
ruined by
tongue's
all
been.
those spices.
I think your time as a tree perhaps changed your senses a little bit.
Gourd,
Yes,
what would
if
you like
find
to do?
them. Approach the pool.
Okay.
And peer into the water.
Sure. It has sense of like rose, and it's slightly floral, if not a little bit metallic, but there's a floral scent to the nectar. It's also, as you get your face close to it, hot. It's warm, not like burning, boiling hot, but it's like, you know, when you walk towards like a heated swimming pool.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
Yeah,
that.
you could smell the humidity in the air, kind of
Well,
thing.
you can just feel it on. You feel the humidity and the warmth like glisten against your furred cheeks.
Are there coins in the bottom of the fountainy pool?
No, it's remarkably clean, and the water's remarkably clear.
Are there any cups, saucers, or chalices close by?
No.
I'll cup some water in my hands and take a small sip.
Sure. It tastes again. You know, it's going to reveal a lot about me, but I'm sure everyone else has done it. I hope. Yeah, you've put a coin in your mouth, right?
Mm-hmm.
It tastes like a coin in your mouth with hints of rose, but you feel really good. So much so that you feel like you might be blessed. For the next 24 hours, you can have a D4 on your rolls.
I'll give a bow of thanks and a small prayer, I guess.
Sure.
That was very refreshing.
Just no poison or anything?
I still stand before you.
That's true. The stairway you said is on the other end.
Yes.
Is there a door, like going to the stair, or is it just a freestanding like staircase?
It's like built into the stone and a spiral.
Okay. Should we see what's up there?
Lead the way.
Anyone who wants to
Yes.
drink from the pool, by the way, may also
Sure.
receive the blessing. If Gourd lets people know that he's blessed, but there's a twinkle in his eyes that seems that
Yeah,
it was in...
that was the whole hint of
rejuvenated.
it was refreshing. It was very
Yes.
refreshing. So
Sure, why not? Won't be leaning over. Like
It's
use
only
my-
like a foot
I'll use
deep,
a cup.
Valymr. It's only like a foot deep. Okay.
I'll still use a cup.
I'll hold out my hands with the water still in it. If
I
you
have
want.
a cup.
Okay.
Yeah.
I-
Like, we all have cups. We can just. No, actually, what Ruby's gonna do is she's gonna take her water skin.
Yeah, I was
and-
about to say do that.
Okay. Sure.
Refill that sucker.
I imagine after this much time from camp, the water skin would probably be getting a little empty anyway. So yeah, refill the water skin.
Okay.
Have we found any clean water sources in our time on the island other than this right here?
Nope.
Because like I said, we are on islands that are not very large. There are no rivers unless there's any like clean pools. This might actually be the only place to actually replace water skin. Yeah.
So we take a lot of drink and the water skin.
Okay.
There we go. We didn't metagame this. It's fine.
Breton's not going to drink from it, but he will fill his water skin.
Yeah. Valymr's going to start walking up the staircase.
You
This is fun. Ruby just.
you climb about 2 flights of stairs. There's no like interceding levels until you get to what looks to be a bit of a cave in. Sadly, these
Nowhere.
stairs.
Leads to nowhere. Okay. Alright, this is a bit of a dead end. We got 3 more directions to go through.
Well, Breton could clear it, I suppose, if he was really feeling up to it.
How many feet roughly did we ascend up the staircase before the cave in?
I said about 20 feet, and you
I-
traveled 60 foot down.
Yeah, I was with the amount that we traveled down. If this is a cave in all the way to the surface, that's a for one person as strong as Breton is. That's a week's work.
Ha! You doubt him.
Not to mention how exceedingly dangerous it is to clear a cave in.
From the bottom. Yeah.
We did that in
Let's go the other way.
time, Lambert.
It's, yeah, I mean, the other direction seems like a better idea. As we pass through the central chamber again, just making sure the rope is still there.
The rope's still there. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Suddenly, no rope. Oh dear.
Wouldn't be the
Well,
first
I mean,
time
the
Breton's had
hole
to
is-
free climb something like this.
The hole is 10 foot across, so you can't even, like,
5 foot.
a 5 foot across.
I adjusted that.
Still be quite difficult to shimmy up. For anyone who isn't Breton, I guess.
If I could get up, I could just lower a rope down.
True. But yeah, we'll go to the other end, I guess. Should we go?
How far is it? How far is it to get through the cave in? Are we figuring?
About 40 feet.
And that'll get us to the surface, we think? Or another
Yeah.
chamber?
Well, I mean, we don't know. We can't
Is
see
it-
through rock.
Is it all like solid rock?
It seems to be a lot of masonry, and dirt subsidence and stuff.
Would a creature be able to burrow through it, theoretically?
Not easily, no.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, but it would take a lot of time.
We go south, east, or west.
Just go.
South.
Okay. You go all the way back, go to the far end and open the doors that way, and it seems to be At first glance, the corridor seems exactly like this one that you've just been through.
I guess we'll explore it further just to make sure if it's the same.
Sure.
Like doors on each side, sarcophagus.
There is doors on each side with sarcophagi in those rooms.
Any special sarcophagi in these ones, or are they just basically the same thing again?
Basically the same thing again. There is no larger one in these particular ones.
Okay. Door on the end?
Door on the end feels like there's something blocking it. On the
Can I
other
check
side,
for-
you can't push.
Can I check for traps?
Sure. Make an investigation check.
$11.
Doesn't seem to be trapped. It just seems to be there's some heavy weight against it.
Breton, this door seems a little bit stuck. Could you try shoving?
I suppose I can see. Hoping we don't just bring the whole place down.
Feels like it might just be like a bookcase or something.
Breton will move the obstacle.
Okay. So you're going to try and strength check the door?
Sure.
Give me an athletics check then.
28.
If I'd rolled that, I'd have got 15.
You manage to sort of shunt the door enough so you can see at least like get an arm and maybe squeeze a little bit into it. And you see what seems to be a large sort of silvered statue is like completely covering the door.
Yep, there's a statue here. Just need to finish, and he's just gonna shove it out of the way.
I imagine.
And you see
With,
that this is a winged statue with like a halberd sort of thing, and the halberd in one corner of the wing is just like grinding the like the marble floor, and you actually see the marble just like scratching as you're pushing.
I'm sure
This
that'll
is-
buff out.
This is a real shame. This is unfortunate.
But eventually
I imagine
you
if Breton could
move
get his
enough of
arm
the door.
through with a plus 14 strength, if Breton could get his arm through, everyone else can just walk through normally.
Well, Breton needs at least enough room so that he can get his shoulders through is the problem, and the plate armor, etc. But eventually, there's enough of a gap that you go, and it's like sort of the statue adjusts, and it seems to be a metal statue. And this chamber is taller. It's probably about 30-foot high ceiling, and it's a bigger sort of chamber. And and you look, there's it seems like a statue either side of this door. And one of them has fallen off of a pedestal and like covered the door, and then it sort of has gone. It finally, inertia and the pushing has like kind of tilted it on another axis, so it kind of opens the gap a bit more. But you see in here seems to be a large, give me a history check actually, of what to understand what this chamber is.
Is that everyone? Or...
Yeah.
Purely the three of us putting our heads together. Igor's probably could get history as well. I mean, the vast majority of this group is proficient in history.
Yeah.
I'll leave
22
it to
for
y'all.
Breton.
14.
19.
Brent, this looks to be some sort of initiation chamber or ceremonial chamber for some sort of religious or monastic practice. It's regal, it's dressed, but it's relatively bare. But it's like you feel like that this is there's an area where there's like a font and a place to stand and give like lectern lecture, and you look to the side and it seems like there's a lot of like there's enough scuff marks on the floor where it seems like people have had benches sometimes and not others. And yeah, it's a big sort of open, 30-foot high, 40-foot long, 25-foot wide, sort of elongated chamber for ceremonies.
Yeah. So we have a crypt, an ossuary for burying of the respectful dead. We have a ritual site for performing ceremonies to the Never King.
Perhaps a place where they prepared the dead for be their ultimate resting place. The waters to clean the body.
Do we know that this place was in reverence to the Never King? I mean,
There's
was
actually no
below-
iconography of the king that never was here.
Yes, but the water from the previous room, it was very frequent. That is very frequently an aspect of his faith, as was established.
Yes, yes. Well, at least in the Albaean faith of it. So the one that is the thing, and the 9 lights.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's something. I don't know if there's anything here, but we've come this far, so we may as well. It's a very large chamber. Look around, see what else is here.
Sure.
The weapons that the statues are holding, are they like? Are they?
Like halberds.
Yeah.
Are they carved into the statue? or
Yeah. Are they
filed?
made of the same thing basically as the statue?
Yeah, this seems to be. It's probably stone carving, but plated. So this is silver, possibly.
Okay.
Whatever it is, it hasn't rusted. A non-oxidizing metal. Very detailed. They seem to be of angelic beings, eyes covered. Hood
Is the floor
over.
dusty?
In here, a little bit.
He's gonna go over towards some of the unopened doors. Just look towards them.
There isn't
And
any
where
more
they would-
doors in this room.
Oh, so this is the end of the where
Yep.
farthest it goes? Okay.
This was south. This was the end one. So-
Okay. She is gonna go to the central chamber then,
Mhm.
where we just were. And the doors that are not opened,
Mhm.
are there scratch markings or dirt or dust pushed
No.
as if it was recent? No.
No. Not from what you see. I see what you're doing. I see where you're going with that. It's very smart, but no.
I try to be like that sometimes. I don't think our friend came down this way. I don't think our friend came down this way.
Dead
Yes.
end.
At least not that I can tell.
At least not that you can tell. Correct.
I go off assumptions because that's all you got. To the west now I go.
Okay.
So you just
Opening up next door.
did someone say they were going to look around the ceremonial chamber a bit more?
And Breton is
Yeah.
going to. I mean, we came all this way.
Sure.
Yeah.
Give me an investigation check, Bren.
Investigation.
I would be helping, so can I give him advantage?
Sure.
Sure. 17.
Bren, there seems to be. You go over to like the sort of raised pedestal sort of font area. There seems to be buttons on it, and the small layer of dust that's in this room. It's actually a little clearer on these. Not as much dust.
Excuse me for a minute. Use the bathroom.
No problem.
There is something to the fountain.
Is there water in the fountain?
Font, not fountain.
Font.
Font. Sorry.
So yeah, like it, like So it's a font is, you know, the standing bowls that they have holy water in.
Right, but there's no water in it.
No.
Can
Kind of similar to the one in
the one we had before.
the one in the Luster temple. Yeah.
Can I look up? What's
Sure.
above it? Is it
Ceiling.
like the one just ceiling? Nothing. Okay. Can I pour my holy water skin into the font?
Sure. You do so. And it does change to brass. The bowl.
But there's no. Is there anything written on the side of it, like before there was 19 something doodad?
1359.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Is that there again?
No. You have like flowers with on it on each of the corners.
Are they different flowers?
Yes.
What do I recognize any of the flowers?
One seems to be a rose. One's to have like a more of a bellular shape. One's a bit more of a daisy. Other one's like a foxglove.
Valymr from the Underdark, he doesn't recognize any of those. He's gonna twist the bowl, the bowl font thing.
Okay.
See if it.
It feels like there's resistance every time it gets to one of the things, but nothing happens.
Would I be able to make a judgment about how far south we've gone from the thing? Would I maybe be in line with the No, because it was on another fucking island, wasn't it? Never mind.
And that aligned with the church bit. The church bit that was connected to something else. But anyway, I'm actually going to say we take our midpoint break here. As you all ponder over that, we'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. Use this time, grab yourself a drink, relax a bit, and enjoy these messages. Hey, come here a minute. Do you need royalty-free music for your TTRPG content, whether that be a YouTube video, stream, TikTok, Instagram post? Don't worry, we've got you covered. My name's Alex, I've been a content creator for almost a decade now, and I've teamed up with my good friend Harry to produce 10 royalty-free songs for you to use in your content completely for free. We've tried to make a whole range of motifs with this album, covering happy music to sad music, to mystery music to combat music. And if this takes off, you know what? We might even make some more. So give the Elendor Chronicles soundtrack Volume 1 a shot. It's free to stream everywhere. And if you want the high quality downloads, you can come over to our Patreon and download them, or you can contact me directly at tabletop@themidgemansworld.co.uk as a creator, and I'll just give it to you for free. That's it, there's no catch. And just to prove it, we've also given you guys a user license agreement to prove that you have the complete perpetual rights to use this content. So enjoy, and good luck on your next adventure. Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier, whether that be from local pirate raids, neighbouring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? You look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem. So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions, a solution for your problem.
Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Grey Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When there's an ad more than the script it's written on. In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope. From the brain that's wrestled and riddled with madness, a radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling. That is the true lust of life. You too can dutifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime. Get an extended access to a wealth of knowledge with a simple click and a motion so small that it could endlessly amount possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast.
Really?
No one heard that. It's fine. Just you lot.
I heard it. To the audience, you just missed the ripest burp I've heard in a while.
Well, that was a 5 or 6.
Just
That was
down
not...
a can of Coke. If that's a
I mean-
5 or 6, your 10 is like Richter scale.
It was pretty impressive.
I do some impressive burps when I can, but no, that was a 5 or 6. It's good, but
Did you know the Richter scale goes in reverse as well?
Yes.
-10 on the Richter scale is like a feather touching down on a table.
Yeah.
That's -10 on the Richter scale.
interesting. Makes sense. It's a scale.
We want to tell you about the Waffle House Index. It's an actual thing used by FEMA in the United States for disaster zones. If a Waffle House is still standing and still has operational, disaster wasn't that bad. For reference, Waffle House was still operation in New Orleans after Katrina. Some places anyway.
It depends on what services they still offer. If they're open but they're not offering like cooked food, or they're offering only certain amenities, that tells you how bad the actual disaster was by their ability to provide service.
Wow. Anyway, so
Today you learned about America.
So, Valymr, you turned it, and you're getting the clicks, and you surmise that yes, this is another one of those portkey
Valymir's
font things.
memory kicks in, and he's gonna cast detect magic and look around the room.
Yes, his memory kicked in.
By that he means Breton.
Yes, like I said, my memory.
It's got a stamp on Breton's head that just says memory.
He's gonna cast detect magic
Sure.
and look around the room because he remembers that he needed to. There was a little stone thing
it's-
that needed to go in the bowl.
You don't see a stone this time.
Bugger. He's gonna go wandering up and down some corridors to see if he can find it.
Ruby's gonna pull out her platinum skull.
Okay.
Does
And
that give off magic at all?
Just for grins. We'll see. If it doesn't happen, then nothing works. To put it in the spot.
The skull floats, and then the mouth of it opens slightly and magnetizes with the polarity of the turn.
Turns it.
Which of the flowers would you like to turn it to?
Let's do the daisy.
Okay.
Because that's my cat's name and I like the dew.
Okay.
Shut up, Saber.
You feel like so it hits the daisy. There's a sort of a resonance with the bowl, and the eyes of the skull glow an off-white.
Sure.
But it feels like something else needs to happen.
Just hear her going ba 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 ba. Another piece of the puzzle is missing.
Something else.
in its mouth.
She'll take a platinum coin and just. Doot.
When you did the portal before, it was enclosed. You did the thing with and it, shot up at something. There's nothing that seems like the skull, because with the polarity, it seems like it's locked in. The signal feels like it needs to be sent somewhere.
Is there anything on the walls at these polarities that the open mouth would look at when it's locked in?
The empty font.
Yeah, like on the walls surrounding the font. It's in a room.
There's some archways and such.
Nothing that looks like it would be relevant.
There's the statues by the door, one of which has been knocked over to cover the door. There's archways along the side. There's areas where it looks like there was benches. There's like the podium area that Breton's at with the buttons on it. There's the font.
Maybe the buttons?
You got to be there for a reason.
Yeah, could we put a button in the skull's mouth? Maybe.
How about you just try pressing one first?
Oh, I was thinking like shirt buttons.
No. There is like a keypad button, like pressure plate button.
Oh! I wasn't expecting this place to have a keyboard. Sure, I guess. Do you want to press a button? Look, if I knew it was a press button, like I'm not sure I would have been screwing around with a bowl.
Breton will just... There's no indication of what these buttons are. None of them have any labels on them.
One is slightly less dusty than the others.
We'll start with that one.
Sure. And that, in one of the archways to the left, is like completely off center, but it's sort of, now you look at the shape of the room, it's possible that it's, infrastructured in, but... And you've pointed it towards the daisy, correct?
That is what was said, yeah.
Okay. In front of you opens what seems to be the top of a mountain, snow-capped, and like snow blows into the room slightly. Like the rush of snow blows into the room, and it's...
Well, that would definitely change things if this was a womb.
room, sorry.
Many implications.
Sorry. I wisped a little bit. But yeah, and it looks to be like blowing wind, snowstorm atop a mountain.
This definitely doesn't seem like the locales that we've come to expect with these islands.
No.
No.
I mean, there is like a mountain one in the central-ish island, right? But not like so high that there's a whole different climate on the top of it, right?
There are some pretty cool things, but as far as you know, they're volcanoes.
Did we just find the Sanctum Sanctorum?
Something like that.
A man with a cape is going to come through very upset here shortly.
Raphael's portal room.
You've just no in walks Bill Nye in a fur coat.
Bill. Sorry.
Anyone gets that film reference?
The one that I keep thinking of with Bill Nye is the Underworld films, and I don't think we want to see that one.
No.
Well, I don't think that's where we need to go.
No. I'm curious where that is, though.
I couldn't tell you. Volcanoes. Thinking. There aren't a lot of active volcanoes in Longreach, are there?
So no. This island chain has a mountainous thing, and mostly those are volcanoes.
Oh.
And then this is so they were wondering, oh, is this the mountain island that was here? And I'm like, that's snow.
Mountains, just nondescript mountains.
This is snow-capped, blizzardy mountain range. It's hard to tell from this.
Style.
I could tell where it is thereabouts if I could see the stars, and she'll I don't think so.
Yeah, with snow blowing and stuff, I imagine cloud as well.
Yeah. Anyway, press a different button. Boop.
So which button are you going to press? The left or the right?
Let's go left.
Okay, left. You see the same image, but it becomes more mirror-like. There's like a wall to it. The wind stops blowing on through, and you lose the sound, and it's more just vision.
Oh, this channel sucks. Do we know
Left
where
is
this?
scry, middle is teleport. You want to press the right one?
Press left again.
It goes off.
Oh. Right. Let's do middle. Boop.
Middle. Wind starts coming in again.
Okay.
It's the right-
okay. It's not rotating destinations. It's just preset destinations. Okay. Do the right button now.
Right button. The right button. Valymr, you see the font turn on its own, and click to the next flower. The
flowers are still destinations, but the buttons are different aspects of the destination.
The portal goes down, goes open. This time it opens to so that turns, it automatically turns to that. Sorry, I gotta keep track of something here. It turns to a cavernous location, bright with fire and emanating. You've had the cold of the mountain come through. You then feel like boiling heat, so hot that the room feels very, very hot all of a sudden. Very, very hot all of a sudden.
Gourd starts to leave the room.
Please make
Breton
a
just
constitution.
He's gonna bap the button to move to rotate it again.
Okay. Please also just all make a constitution saving throw.
With fire resistance, do I get like advantage?
You make a
maybe?
constitution saving throw
I
and we'll
rolled
see
a-
what happens.
I rolled a 3. That's a 16.
Fucking hell.
15.
23.
Anyone
My dice was cocked against the side, and the
anyone
other
under
roll was a 1.
anyone under a 15 DC takes 1d4 fire damage. If you're over it, you're fine. You withstand it because you turned it off pretty very quickly.
All right. So if Valymr's hunch is right, let's press the left button and leave that on so we just see the destination rather than experience the next destination. In fact, Breton's going to press the left button now while it's still turning,
Okay.
hoping that fixes the problem
key
in
inputs.
transit.
So this is going to okay.
Did
I
we
have
just
a
find a
sus-
portal to hell?
No, but I think it may be connected to somewhere not dissimilar.
This one opens to what looks to be a this is going round to the Foxglove. Okay. So in front of you, you see a. Did you say what's a foxglove?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
The plant.
the
Okay.
plant. Yeah, it's all plant.
Sorry, I'm like, what the hell's a foxglove? The flower. Got it. Yep, I know. I know what a foxglove is. I thought it was something else for a second.
No, so
because
it's like a tubular foxglove flower. You see it looks to be like something meadow-like. It is like a slightly open plain, but then the further you look, there's like more ruins similar to the ones that you've been around, and possibly jungle like jungle-ish aspects, as in this could be another one of the islands that you're seeing this time.
Old Fire Island. We got 4 options. Let's check the 4th one before we take too long here. And Breton will just pop us straight to the next one already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Final one to the rose. You see stone, carved stone, a sanctum of some sort. There is a dash of light beaming through, probably like a break in the roof. Again, looks kind of old, decrepit. The thing actually just no, Gourd can see. Gourd, you notice a small candle on a little like candle holder just at the foot of a statue that's kind of melted down right to the bottom of its the bottom of the holder.
That candle's been burning for a while. But That means somebody lit it recently.
Statue of what?
You can't tell from the angle.
Okay.
It's a large statue because all you see is like the boot.
I think it might be worth making this a teleportable one, going through and seeing who we can find. Because there's clearly some sign of life out there. Any disagreement?
It is also late enough. Is this the point where we want to make just camp here and start tomorrow exploring each of these in turn?
Except the fire one. Then we can explore the rest, I guess. But yeah, okay, sure. Maybe we can look down each of the side corridors we didn't go down yet, and then we can explore these portals in the morning.
So you choose to bed down. Do you want to check before you go? Do you want to check the other rooms?
Yeah, check the other rooms and the corridors.
East or west?
East.
Okay. East doesn't open up into a corridor. It opens up into what seems to be an armory. There's suits of armor, all like sort of stacked into storage. Racks of weapons, swords, long swords, a lot of hammers, like mauls, and then a huge row of glaives.
I still have detect magic on.
Mhm.
Anything magical?
Are you recasting detect magic? Because you certainly don't have detect magic still on. It's only 10
Sure,
minutes,
why not?
I think.
Okay, sure.
There's doesn't seem to be anything too magical in this room outside of magically reinforced stuff, like a lot of +1 weapons basically.
Okay.
Like little runes of protection on certain breastplates, etc. And there's no like, yes, gloves of hill giant strength. There's nothing like that. It's just a well-enforced, well-stocked armory.
Okay.
Some pieces are missing as well. Like there's clearly
don't think
empty
there's
shelves.
anything
It's
we
not
should-
like
I don't think there's any specific armor pieces or weapons that we particularly need.
We'll look through them anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If we're going to stay here, we got plenty of time.
Yeah.
if anything else, these might be extraordinarily valuable to collectors. But these are thousands of years old.
oh yeah, these are of construction that you have not seen.
Does it look... I'm not a metallurgist, but maybe Breton can say better. Does this look like old, or is this rediscovering tech, or is this just almost advanced or futuristic in a way? The metal smithing or anything like that. Is this... it's a big impression. We're still in iron. These guys found out how to make steel.
No, you guys are definitely on steel. Like with Lakeron's land outputting what it does, it's pretty good at like.
Sure.
It's definitely on par with like some of like the best artisanry people have seen. But
Because I can wear medium armor. Like I've only got a dinky breastplate. Yeah, so she's gonna start browsing.
there's nothing more than a +1 here. But if you want a +1 breastplate, you could probably find one that would fit.
I will absolutely take a +1 breastplate. Because I have...
Any of it adamantine?
How would you tell?
Like, I mean, the look of adamantine is different from the look of.
How does adamantine look?
I have changed shirt, actually, so I can.
Do you have adamantine? That
Slightly.
you
I have
compare it to, or a
adamantine
skill that
on.
lets you
Do you?
tell.
I do have adamantine on right now. Yeah,
Yeah. What do you have that's adamantine?
my breastplate.
Okay. You look around. Give me an investigation check.
Breastplate.
10.
Also, Ruby, when you pick up the breastplate, you notice it's quite light.
Is it mithril?
Quite possibly.
I don't see breastplates. I see infused breastplates. It's still +1. Okay. So it's
You don't find
breastplate
anything
that
adamantine.
weighs half as much.
Breastplate's medium armor, 14 plus dex.
Yes.
Max 2.
Oh, +1 again, I guess. Yeah.
Oh man, AC is weird in this game.
Like, I'd love to take a mithril breastplate +1, but I feel like I'd just get crit like the next combat we do.
I mean, isn't your adamantine breastplate +1 as well?
No.
It should be.
Can I retroactively make it that?
If it's adamantine, it's definitely at least a +1. Because there's a piece of magical armor. I'm desperately sure of that. Because you also can't be crit, right? That's the whole.
Yeah, I can't be crit.
It's definitely at least a +1 if it's addy.
No, just metal.
My armor
Unless
is...
this is the. Who made? Did you find or make this breastplate?
Yes, to
This
me
was
of all
purchased from
people.
Bender.
Then yeah, adamantine at its base, I believe, is a +1.
Okay.
So that might be fantasy grounds wonkiness, or it might already be, and it's just not listed because it's at Let me have a look. Let me have a look at the breastplate.
Sound.
So my AC sitting is 10 plus 14. +1 from ring of protection. 3 from shield. Yeah, okay. What do you think, Breton? And she'll show off her new breastplate.
Yeah, this adamantine breastplate, I've just opened it. It says +1 in it.
Oh, okay. Nice.
It's AC base bonus +1.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't see that. My bad. Thank you.
It is all to be used here. We should take it. Especially if it'll serve us well. To find mithril here of all places is not a cheap material by any means.
If we could take some back with us, we should definitely find a way to do so.
I guess we could just take a couple of mithril short swords each or something.
There aren't many short swords. It's like swords is actually one of the things there's very few of. There's a lot of hammers. It's a lot of like
makes sense.
warhammer, mauls, glaives. There are some swords, but there's not like this is the short sword wall. Like you'd be harder to find a short sword than you would be able to a hammer. You feel like swords is not the style of weapon used by this order.
I will take a warhammer. Just take a one that
But
I don't know, a +1 mithril warhammer or something.
just put ancient mithril warhammer in your inventory here.
Okay.
Yeah, and the breastplate is also just like it's silvered in look, but it has that just subtle hint of blue. So like when it hits light, and then there's on the front of the plate there is like a etched a set of scales wrapped in wings on it.
This is Cathriel's armory.
Are there a lot of glaives here?
Yes.
Okay. Possible. Were their order maintain the supplies of what they had? Yes.
I will offer a prayer to Cathriel when I take the hammer.
Sure.
Well, this is just one of 2 rooms. We still have one more to check out.
Yeah, we can go over the other one then.
Okay. The final room across towards the west opens up, and it is a burial chamber again, but there is just three sarcophagi, and they're raised on a pedestal that has steps up to it, probably about 15 foot of steps on all sides, almost like a ziggurat or pyramid. There is a beam of bright light coming down that, if you look up as well, seems to be like there seems to be channels for light, and then it's hitting mirrors. So these are lit under sunlight. They're again larger, with full stone engraving carvings of the individuals housed within, and these are like 12 foot like individuals. By the looks of it, it's a large sarcophagi.
Any writing? Any like plaque to say who they were, or?
Yes, indeed, there is plaques to say who they are.
Bob,
You have
Dave,
you see Sophiel, who is listed as matron keeper of the banner. You see Ashiel, page of the glaive, and Lila, voice of justice.
These were these like angels from like Cathriel's like direct retinue?
Make a religion check.
Can I, when I saw my vision, I saw Cathriel taking off her blindfold.
Mm-hmm.
Did I see people around her?
Yes. You saw some people around her.
Okay. These sarcophagi, have they got, you said they've got engravings. Is it of the people that are inside them?
Of the beings, yes.
Could the people I have seen in the vision look like the people that are on the sarcophagus?
You got a very quick look. You didn't see much of your surroundings. So I will have you make an intelligence check.
I'm gonna use my inspiration on this.
Okay.
17.
You get the impression there were beings large enough that they could have been there.
Okay.
But between carved image and, quick glance that lasted all of about 30 seconds, if that. It's really hard to say.
Is there anything on the walls of this room?
No, completely, pretty much blank on all the walls.
Okay.
There's sconce, areas for sconces. All the focus seems to be on these 3 sarcophagi.
And then answer Lila Sophia, was it? No, what was the
Sophiel.
name? Sophia.
So Sofiel
Yeah.
and Ashliel. And Layla is Laylah.
Laylah.
Mm-hmm.
Ashliel. Is what you...
Ashliel,
Okay.
yeah.
And you said they were what, 9 foot tall or 10 foot tall?
12 foot tall.
12 foot tall.
About 12. Well, at least there's 12-foot sarcophagi. Whether the being inside is as large. But this is a big sarcophagus.
I don't want to desecrate them by opening them, so I guess I will just offer another prayer to Caphriel, and then wish these 3 a nice rest.
Sure.
When I pray as Caphriel as well, I will
Um,
ask her if these are people that she knew. I'm not
Valymr,
expecting a response, but yes.
you feel a connection. You are attuned to the blindfold, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you accept this connection or do you resist it?
I will accept this connection.
Sure.
I'll accept the connect call.
You're getting a connect call from the afterlife. Do you accept the connection?
Wait. Not the afterlife. Yes, I will accept the connection.
Sure. You feel a presence wash over you, Valymr. And in a moment, you are transported to clouds. In front of you stand 3 beings, all of whom are blindfolded. One wrapped and one holding a large banner, one holding down on the ground a large sort of warhammer maul, but the size of you. And the other has simply a scroll in their hands, and it's banner, scroll, hammer. All 3 are blindfolded. All 3 these feminine, large, angelic beings with opalescent white feathers. Underneath shining silver armor, you see hints of... It's very pale skin, but ever so subtly green skin. All of them blindfolded, but beneath the blindfolds you see this also piercing blue glow.
As if their eyes are glowing, but...
Mm-hmm. And in harmony, they all speak out to you. You bear the mark of the Mistress of Laws, and come to us in our rest. What is it you seek, traveller?
We came to this place searching for the blood of the king that never was, in an effort to recreate or reforge a seal of Elendor to save the world. We happened upon this place by chance, and I hope I caused no offense by taking up the seal of the symbol of your mistress.
If our mistress would have deemed you unworthy, you would not be wearing the mark at all.
That warms me.
Chance is a mortal concept. Mortals feel it. Mortals take it. This king that never was, a king they never will be. For they became something greater. In their mortal form, power does lie, and you shall find power nearby. In this mess of maze that break most mortal minds, secrets and histories you will find.
Which direction should I pursue? We found the room of flowers, the portals. Is that the way we should go?
Answers are not clear. Speak English, please.
If you found your way here, we have faith that you will find your path. The answers are before you, but only true heroes will understand them.
I will try my best to be a true hero then. Thank you for your wisdom and your guidance.
Before you return from this, our connection, we offer you a piece of advice. Do not trust what you know about what was said and gone. The debates, the stories, the echoes that you find in these islands. Hold what you seek. Should you feel in danger by the rest of your journey, know that anytime you are here on this island, in this, our final rest, you have a home in the Violent Storm.
I'll bow to them and thank them.
Okay. And do you sever the connection?
I'll look around me first. Is there anything else around me? Is it just like
clouds.
just clouds and just them?
Mm-hmm.
Then yeah, I guess I do.
Sure. And you return. Valymr, you essentially finish the prayer. Look up. Seconds have passed in the real plane.
I just had another vision. I spoke to these three in the afterlife. And I will explain everything that I saw and what was told. I was told this island, this place is a home in the storm. I feel like if we are here, then we're not having the major troubles with time potentially that we could experience elsewhere.
What?
Maybe we do stay here a while and explore the portals.
Certainly seems like it might be worth some time, and just depending on how much we worry about how much time we're wasting here.
I guess, do we want to choose a room and take a sleep?
Not a bad idea, I think. I think the room with the blessed water.
Yeah, I need to refill my water skin with that anyway. Plus the options are portals, fountain, or sarcophaguses.
Proper guy.
Under here, you could
Yeah.
climb up.
I think it's probably safer down here.
Unless the island ship all caves in. Yes.
Holy crap, Gourd's back.
I've been here the entire time.
Exploring as a spider or something. Yeah, okay. We'll go back to the fountain room, I guess.
Well,
Take a wee sleep.
You return to the fountain room, and the motes of light now sort of hover over the water itself, and on the water you see a tray floating, and on it fresh food.
wow.
I'm very, like, from the vision and such that I had, I'm very put at ease, and so I'm going to reach out and eat some of the food.
Tastes really good. It's like
I'll give thanks again, and then follow suit.
It's hot food, cooked. It's a cooked meal, and it's like there's like a bread filled with like cooked meat, fruit. Not sure what kind, but tastes succulent and juicy. There's yeah, just good food.
Better than mine.
Food
Ruby's
comes
writing
by
Say
the
it's
gods.
divine.
Divine food.
My food is divine.
Is it?
Anybody says,
Wait.
Anybody who
Is it
says
when
otherwise is
Gold
gonna
cooks it
pay-
or when Ruby cooks it.
We're waiting on Midge to answer which food is tastier.
I'm not going to.
I don't want to die.
All taste is subjective.
Yeah.
That's a diplomatic answer. But yeah,
Yeah, so I'll refill the water skin as well.
Okay.
Roll out the bedroll.
sure.
And have a bit of a sleep.
Absolutely. You do so. And are you setting watches?
Yes.
Okay. Same watches as before.
I don't feel it's necessary, but I will do a watch to keep the others placated. I'll read more of the diary that I have while I'm doing a watch.
Sure.
Not really paying attention.
That's fine. All of you on your individual watches, you get the impression that you are protected here, but also that this place is subtly trying to help. And like, for example, if you felt hungry on your watch, a subtle mist would cover the pool, and another tray of food would appear. Or like, if you were like concerned that a hallway looked a little dark, an orb of light would like pass from the wall to light it up and set you at
Gourd
ease.
is missing Zedaar.
Roach appears. No.
You know what? I feel really poor right now.
You get slapped upside the head.
A tray of platinum appears. No.
I don't think that's how the phone works, Val. How do you feel poor after we just got $3,000?
Because we lost 30.
Lost more than that.
Yes, you did. It's about 70.
Oh, lovely.
Well, if it wasn't in our hand, it wasn't ours in the first place.
Oh, it was on your ship, so
It wasn't in our hand. We couldn't protect it from where we were.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's pretty comfortable night then.
but you'll rest, and it doesn't have to be a full night's rest. You can go for 6 hours and it'll be sorted. I will give a long rest though.
And I get my points of luck back.
And you'll take a long rest. So, friends, what would you like to do today?
As a thanks for the night and the evening and everything, I'm going to, because she symbolizes peace as well, right? Right? Or just justice? Or the
Civilization,
law?
justice, and
Balance.
balance.
Okay. I was gonna druid craft an olive branch and it, but now I'll have to think of a different flower. I will craft a flower that symbolizes her tenets, and then I will leave it there as a gift and a thank you.
Okay. No problem.
And that'll be part of like how I prepare for the day.
Sure thing. So, are you looking to go back to the portal chamber?
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Let's mess with some portals.
You left the rows open, and it's at the window state. You noticed that the light has faded in the room. There's no like light coming through from the top, like from like a crack in the ceiling, and the candle has all but dimmed, almost completely burnt out. Something has subtly changed though about the environment.
What's that?
There's a bedroll.
Is there somebody in it?
Yes.
Human?
Humanoid, from what you can tell.
Shall we go say hello?
I'm more concerned how none of us noticed this all night long.
You weren't in the portal room, were you?
No.
You were in the pool
the
room.
fountain. Yeah.
So I didn't realize we'd started over now. I mean, it's still concerning. We didn't notice this at all.
Well, let's should we click the button and go in, or do we want to have one person staying in this room so the portal might not accidentally close on us or something like that?
I don't think splitting up is a good idea.
Okay. Valymr's gonna press the teleporty button, the one in the middle.
As the portal version of the screen opens, the individual wakes up and begins to run.
I cast hold person.
Oh, okay.
Why did we open the portal before we just woke the person up?
How do we wake him up if we've only got the window version?
Oh, I was under the way it was described. I was under the impression they were in the room.
No, they were in the where you could see.
Okay, I was under the impression they were in the room. All right, never mind.
No,
That's
no,
why
no,
I was so
no.
confused.
We
Like,
came
how
into
did we
the
not
portal.
notice there was someone
Alright,
in here
no,
if Gourd
okay.
was
No,
sleeping in the
no.
next room?
No. For clarity's sake, it's through the window, and you've just opened the portal version. They've woken up, scrambled, and started running. Gourd, you've cast Held Person. What's the DC for your save?
Magic stuff. Hold on.
Ah, yes, you're a magician now, Gourd.
Yeah, what is it? 8 plus proficiency plus skill, so that would be...
Wisdom for you?
Yeah, so that's... What are we at? We're 5, 7, 17?
Okay.
18? Sorry.
You just see this person like lock up.
There's no need to run.
We're not here to hurt
you. I'll let you go if you promise not to flee.
Looking at when we've gone through the portal now, what
Mhm.
does our surroundings look like?
Sure. So you open up into what seems to be you're standing between the legs of a giant statue, like Colossus of Rhodes style, in what seems to be a large antechamber of another temple. The individual in the statue is holding a large shield. Is masculine, long flowing hair, and yeah, wisdom to be paralyzed. Can you talk while you're paralyzed? Is what I'm trying to work out.
Arguably, no.
You are incapacitated,
Yeah,
so you
he's-
can speak only falteringly.
But you told me to freeze.
I'll position myself in front of him and let him go.
Okay.
Is this statue IR?
Possibly. Yeah, and it seems to be another temple complex. Again, you see a lot of vinage sort of creeping in through windows, etc. So you think you're on another island. Okay, yeah, this individual is you look at them. Well, they are a human looking at the very least. Probably about 5'7", featherweight individual, all like lean. They're probably quite strong because they're not exceptionally old. They're like middle-aged. They've got sort of like survivor's beard going on about them. And they're kind of in like a leather jerkin shirt. They've got like a side satchel pack, and they had like scooped up a larger pack. They've like heavy bags under their eyes. What seems to be a set of tools at their belt, like a small hammer, just like a grappling hook, rope sort of thing. And they look shocked to see you.
I'll extend my hand while I'm in front of him. My name is Gourd. What is yours?
There's a curious look by that individual. Like that they only half understand. Nombra? Galgudan.
I'll put my hand on my chest and say, Gourd. And then I'll port to Valymr, say Valymr.
You
point to
recognize the
Ruby,
language?
say Ruby, and then I'll point to Breton, say Breton.
Okay.
Is the language recognizable?
Kind of. Yeah. It's reminiscent to older Albanian, older Fionian sort of early common.
After I point to everybody, I'll also like take a seat, like crisscross my legs, take a seat, and then set my staff down and just say peace, sit, calm.
Yeah, this individual is like concerned, but kind of does sit down. Donne?
One of you speaks any other languages? Celestial, maybe?
Portalis?
He's speaking
Portal.
Latin.
Portal.
Portal.
Can I speak Draconic to him? I'm going to start speaking Draconic, because that's a really old language, right?
It is.
I'm going to speak Draconic and say, do you understand me when I speak like this?
Yes, your accent is weird, but and his accent is very strange to you as well, Valymr. Where are you from?
We're from Longreach. Tell me, how many years has it been since the Green and Pleasant Day?
You're... Oh, I didn't... It's 130.
Oh, there he is.
130.
Boy, we need to tell him how time travel is weird.
Well, it's been over 1400 for us.
Nobody else is laughing at the joke.
Does anyone else here speak Draconic, by the way?
Yes.
I'm going to quickly just refresh Discord because I've now got like lag between you guys saying stuff. Like the cameras are a little bit behind, so I'm going to just quickly refresh the cameras if I can. I don't. I think probably I can do that by changing the region, or maybe they. God, it's weird seeing seeing Lambert's mouth move, but no. Hold on, give me a moment. So, okay, everything looks to be in time now. Okay, good. Good. This individual's got like very olive skin.
Where are you from?
I'm from the town of Parpmento.
Where is that?
On Long Reach, near the gates of Halcyon.
That's,
The what?
The
the Gate of Halcyon is in the Eledrin Empire.
It's split between Othray and the Eladrin Empire. It's the gap into the Bear Gold.
What did he say it was?
Parsenian? What did I just say? I just said something.
Augmentia or something like that.
Yeah, Parmentia, that's it.
Parmentia, okay.
West of the gates of Halcyon?
West of the Gates of Halcyon.
Isn't that just a
See?
it's a crater now? Yeah, it's the Bay of Gold.
Is that where we are now?
No, we're at we're on they don't have names. I'm surprised you're here.
Well, you're going for a really big surprise when you find out when we're from, too.
I did just tell him, though.
I don't think he really believed us.
We're not joking. The year is 1422.
Make a persuasion check.
Do I have advantage for telling the truth?
It's your truth. What about their truth?
I'm going to use a point of luck.
Okay.
Did they say what year it was for them?
About 130, right?
Yeah, the year 130 after Green Pleasant Day.
24.
He sees the genuinity and the genuity. He sees how genuine you're being, and sinks in. He's like,
we came from a place that has a few issues with time. So I don't think you've skipped time. I think we may have come backwards to you.
Why was your first instinct to run away from us?
I'm on an expedition. Nobody has charted these islands. I assumed anyone that might be here might be bandits.
Out of curiosity, did you come in a single, very small boat with a single sail?
Yes, but
Well, that was his boat then.
I haven't seen my boat in 3 months.
Oh, good news. Last I saw it, yesterday, it was fine.
It is good news. It's
But again, time's weird around here.
Can
I
I
think this
go
one
back
is-
to the font and get some food for this guy?
you go back to the font.
Yeah, the font where we spent the night to get food.
The
Unfor-
fountain, yeah.
Unfortunately, the passage is no longer there.
Oh. I'll just turn back around and go sit down with the party again and not understand what they're saying.
oh no!
I don't speak Draconic.
What what was this guy's name again?
Sorry.
Started with a G.
Is Galmention? I think it said Galmention. It's Galmentior now, even if that's not what I said about 10 minutes ago in the broadcast.
It might be Midge's connection because the streams also keeps freezing.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, no, I did just take a big hit then. Loads of stuff just happened. I just lost I lost frames, which
Looks
normally
like
doesn't
that.
happen. So I think internet just had a bit of a fucky wucky there.
Did you come here through a temple or monastery to Kefriel?
Yes, the Banner of the Divine. Yes, that was 2 months ago.
In what shape was the monastery? Was it ruins or?
Ruins?
The way back is not the way back anymore.
Balls.
Does he know anything about that? About portal disappearing? Did that happen to him?
Did you come through a portal?
The doorway. Yes.
The doorway that we came through as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did it close on you as well?
Yes.
Don't suppose you figured out how to reopen it?
Haven't found a mechanism on this island, no.
Nice. Well, we're all trapped here together then.
Not necessarily. I can cast spells to go zap, yeah.
What's he saying?
He also
trapped-
came through the portal.
Did he find another one?
No.
No.
No. Oh. I'll try and commune while you all talk.
You're here on an expedition. Who sent you? Was it
My
just you exploring? Or?
yeah. I wanted to put my name and my town's name in the history books. We're a small fishing village.
Ruby grimaces about that. Notice.
We're a small fishing village. Under King Valymr. We're hoping to. Our kingdom has a rival with those. They got themselves the Fionians.
Kingdoms of the Nautifel.
Yes.
Where I'm-
The sons of the generals.
That's where I'm from. Well,
Explains
at least-
the accent. And yes, I was looking to. They keep beating us in the early boat races, and well, I thought if I could sail here, have some answers, reforge the connection from the Great Migration. It could be
the what?
the Great Migration.
Would we know what that is?
No.
Yeah, that's why Ruby went, the what?
Who is it that was migrating?
Everyone.
From
Migrating.
No,
yeah.
would it be from everywhere that was, now covered in water because the continent exploded? They're all
Yes,
migrating
yes.
away from the
Yeah,
I can't remember what they called it.
my great grandfather was one of the. Was just a boy when he came ashore, but yes,
I wonder if we went back or if time here hasn't moved forward.
I'm thinking time hasn't.
If we look at the crunch and the way it is, again, the concept that time here has progressed less quickly than it has elsewhere. So, depending on how deep in you are, you might find that 10 years here are hundreds of years outside.
He's from 130 years after the Green and Pleasant Day. We're from 1422. Now we can at least mathematically divide how many years we are separated from each other.
He's been stuck here for 3 months, he said.
Yeah.
3 months to 1,300 years, give or take.
Well, not necessarily, because there was signs of a individual only about a week or two ago back at the barracks.
Could that have been
That's
this
all.
guy?
It was his ship.
I
It
think
seems he was sailing, and
What did you say, 134?
You said 130 flat.
that line of logic does seem feasible, right? Guy comes on boat, lands on boat, hangs out in that temple area and the kitchen, and then finds his way here and gets trapped for months.
I still feel like it's more a case of this area is like locked in a time rather than some like heavy time dilation thing.
I don't feel like it works the same as the Feywild, where time just moves however it feels like.
I've never been.
I won't ever take you.
Ask him, for our sake, how long has he been here on the islands?
You said 3 months.
3 months.
He said it's been 3 months and he's seen his ship.
Yeah.
How
There
long
is a
have you
difference
been on
there.
these islands?
The ship was at my third island. I've been journeying about a year and a half.
I'll pass that on.
That changes the math.
I got lucky to be stranded here. This island is well provisioned.
This island is protected by Caffrail.
Is it?
Well, I mean,
I still have the blindfold on, so I guess that would give a little credence to my words, maybe.
You've only just shown up on this island.
Or either that, or I look like a fanatic.
This is this is not the island that had Caffriel stuff on it. This is the next island.
That would mean she's trying to do the math in her head. I think, give or take, if he's from the year 130, that means that every year in here is roughly 550 years in our time. Give or take. Year and a half, 182 days.
Valymr isn't convinced that's how it works.
It may not be in town, and get you get lost in the sauce anyway.
There's a fruit orchard outside, and there's these weird little lizard things that, make a decent meal. I've been building a new raft to try and get to another island, maybe try and find my boat again.
is it
Boat's up the well. We can get to that, can't we?
Is this the same island where you lost your boat, or did you went
No.
through a portal?
Yes.
Right. Okay, and if it is a different island, okay.
Yes, sadly, it's just quite a small island. It has this large cathedral on it, and that's it. It's a
Large
little...
cathedral.
Oh, we're in a cathedral right now.
Is this the one with the portal? The cathedral with the portal? The island that we've already been to?
Is that
We've
a
been
DM
to
question?
This
that
is
a
a
DM
question
question
to
or this
all
guy?
No, this is Valymr speaking.
You have
No,
not
I
seen
think
this
is a
place
brand-
before.
Yeah, this
You
is a
have
brand
Right,
new
but-
place, brand new cathedral where we just showed up in
Are,
the
are
basement.
we underground though?
No, it's nighttime.
Oh, okay. I had imagined we were underground. Okay.
No, there was a like a crack of light. You're in a large. There's again a giant statue above you. This seems to be a large sort of like a cathedral chamber. It looks to be nighttime
Right.
outside.
So that's
Right. This
two interesting things to note. We went through the portal in the morning.
Yeah.
And it's nighttime.
Yeah.
And two, this is the first time that it has been nighttime since we've been dealing with the weird timey-wimey stuff.
Yep.
Because up until now, there hasn't been a sun in the sky. It's just been a glare of the sun is present, but it's more the sun's light rather than the sun itself.
Inverse Barovia.
Breton, do you recognize the statue?
DM?
Religion check.
Rowboat Girly Man.
I would not make that joke.
I would.
Which is the emperor of mankind.
23.
I play Tyranids. I don't care.
It looks like Aya, who is the brother of Cathriel. He's the god of
Honor, vitality, and war.
there you go.
He,
Yeah. So
He's
related to her, but not her.
His like moniker's the Dawn Shield.
he's the father of the Chevaliant as well.
Well, he's one of them. Yeah.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Shields the dawn, apparently.
He's like he's one of
Anyway.
those like in the same way that the Chevaliant idolifies the king that never was as like this valiant hero that everyone should live up to. AR is like the god that like facilitated that. So he's seen that he's revered quite highly as well.
I popped his doodad in the handout. So we've been in a temple to Luster. We've been in a temple to Cathriel. And now we're in a cathedral of AR.
It does seem that they are connected to each other, because, well, the temple to Cathriel wasn't directly connected to the one of Luster, it was in the vicinity.
There are these holes in the ground that the lizards keep coming out of. Even when I, cook them and eat them, there seems to be a relatively never-ending supply.
Is it the same lizard?
The clones.
Time loop.
I think I'm a clone now.
How big are these holes?
How big are the lizards?
He like gestures with his arms that it's like Komodo dragon size.
That's a big freaking lizard.
New wild shape.
Powers unlocked. Just like sort of like hard scans to the lizard. It's just like
Autobot style.
I eat its
Yep.
brain, I get its power.
you have to see an animal before you can wild shape into it.
Yes.
What if you see it cooked? It's, like,
I think they have to be living.
I
okay.
didn't understand its original anatomy and how to shift into it.
This since I've been here, the nights have been very long, and I only ever see a sunrise. No, never a full daytime before the sun dips again.
In our expedition, we've come to gather that the time, with this fabric of space and time around here, is distorted. The closer we are to the epicenter of the battle, the worse it became. We actually don't know how long we've been in here compared to our outside. But you're from well over 1,000 years before our time.
Oh, did the Immortal General actually put down the fanatics?
The who and the what?
No. They're still around, and that's the reason we're here.
Huh?
Eladrin the Immortal is the Immortal General, and the fanatics are the ones that killed his daughter.
Oh. Oh, no.
Wait a
Yeah.
minute.
No, don't.
No.
What do you mean? His daughter.
What year did she die?
As a reference,
About the year
when he referred to
400.
his when he referred to his ruler, he didn't refer to Eladrin the ruler. He referred to King Valymr.
The king of the area of the Nadathel that he is in.
He's not in
But
Nadathel.
but the Eladrin Empire controlled like all of Longreach at one point. Was that this point?
Nope. This is before the Eladrin Empire ended its isolationism.
By the Immortal General, do you mean Eladrin the Immortal? From the isolationist Elven realm?
Iolas. Yeah, yes. Our people
Yes.
trade with him all the time. He's a wonderful leader of his people.
Oh, good news, he's not
He's-
dead in our time.
He still
kind of a
lives.
dick. Kind of a dick, but anyway.
He's glorious, hasn't set a foot wrong.
He's I'm sensing
Oh, you have absolutely no idea.
1,000 years is a lot of time. Over 1,000 years is a lot of time. Oh my gosh, I'm never going home. The man just begins to. The man just begins to weep. The man just for head in hands begins to weep.
Pat.
You've just
Why
done
is he
like
crying? What did you say, Valymr?
That was me.
I think he understands he's probably not going home.
That is not necessarily true.
I agree.
For all we know, when he pops out of here, he could pop back to his time.
That's kind of what I'm theorizing, yeah. The
I
time
did-
is fucky when you go that way, and then it's unfucky when you go the other way.
We'll find out. Either
We
way,
will.
we need to keep on our quest. And she'll look to him. In our time, there are fanatics, focus.
he just like begins to wipe his eyes.
Not everything is ended. There's always hope for the future. But I need your help.
The food is way better in the future. You're gonna love it. It's gonna be great. Don't worry about it.
Why don't we start looking? Let him calm down. Why don't we start investigating the area a little bit?
How about myself and Ruby keep talking to him while Breton and Gourd go exploring the island a bit?
Well,
They
you
can't
made him
understand him
cry.
anyway.
In our time, we are dealing with fanatics who are trying to disrupt our world. Elendor, is that what it's called where you are?
Yes.
Good. Just trying to get some nomenclature down. It's protected by a powerful divine shield. This shield is protected what we call the seals. Magical artifacts that are related to the king that never was. With me so far? Make sense? You knew? Okay.
Just, like,
Somebody-
sort of slow nodding. It's like he's trying to follow. Like this guy seems to have a decent understanding of some things, but it's
Okay. So, fanatics are destroying these seals. Fanatics that we think are related to those who are banished away.
Shadow worshippers.
Sure. We have a way to reforge the seals. But in order to do that, we need to get to where the final battle between the king and Null took place. We're trying to find some of his blood.
Come with me. I can show you something.
Okay?
He stands up, wipes his eyes again.
I'll prestidigitate. Clean. When's the last time you cleaned? You took a bath.
Just like sucking the tears out of his eyes.
The tears start going back in. Just like, oh Christ.
Clean, refreshed.
Okay, yes, he hasn't bathed in probably about 3 months. Traumatized heavily. This man has been eating peaches and lizards for the last peaches, apples, and lizard for about 3 months since he went through the portal that you guys have just come through.
It's a good diet.
It's a lot of water weight in those fruits.
Yeah, really.
I don't think he's got a
I feel
solid.
bloated after every meal.
I don't think there's a solid stool sample coming out of this man anytime soon. But anyway, he takes you to a room in this cathedral. It's one of the other side rooms, and there's a mural of what looks to be a city. The city is on a mountain and sort of rings and rings and rings around it, and then you realize that the mountain itself is the city. This is all like man constructed, and it is a city like none you've never seen. And at the top is this large sort of Parthenon-like building, and behind it glows the light of the sun, and there is a mural of loads of the what seems to be like earlier adaptations of in like earlier armor, etc., of the god. It's like old adaptations, and then like in like the vestiges of the image as well, you see more of these tower cities, and it seems like that there's like a collection of them, and then surrounding them is this also these bright lights, there's like what seem to be like flamed torches, and then you look into the carvings of the torches, there's combat going on. It's like rings around it, like I'm trying to remember, it's like one of the triumphal pillars in like Rome, where it's like, you see like Roman legionaries like fighting like Celts and stuff around it, and then it goes to the top when there's either like an aspect of the god or whatever the general was, like, or like the legion's banner on top. It's that kind of thing, like surrounding these cities.
What's this?
Well, he's like, he looks at them, and then he points at like the main structure, like halfway down, on one of the, not the main like citadel city thing in the center, on one of these smaller mountains. He points, and it's like, into this temple object. It's like, I think this is where we are.
Okay.
From what this looks like outside, I think this is a map of what it looked like before.
Ruby's gonna search. Okay. A good idea of where we are.
Maybe we can use the temples as like plotting points.
We're still trying to find where the center of it is, where the battle ended. No idea.
Have you found any books or journals or scrolls or writing in your travels that you've not been able to read?
Yes. He runs back to his pack, and he pulls out a large book.
Can I see that? And I will see what it is. I'll start reading.
It seems to be scripture of followers of the Dawn Shield.
Just wondering, is he confused at how I can read with a blindfold on?
Very.
He knows who Gabrielle is.
But he's also like, he's looking at this place. He's like looking at you guys who are from the future. He's just kind of like,
What's his name?
fuck's sake.
Gamadabam?
Give me
Galmentian.
Galmentian. That's what we're going with now.
And he is an elf?
No, human.
Human. Okay.
Human looking at the very least. Slightly olive skin.
Sure. Okay.
So it's scripture. Scripture dedicated to who?
The Dawn Shield.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I will explain what it is.
You can read that?
I read all writing.
How?
As Valymr just
Best we
flexes.
don't go into that bit.
He has a sugar daddy.
Takes a couple of
It's
steps.
It's a divine
No,
power.
no, no. I want us to go into the concept of explaining what a sugar daddy is because it's in Draconic. What is the Draconic version of sugar daddy?
Your father makes sweets?
In a way,
How
yes.
does that? How does?
You want to?
It's a power bestowed by my father.
I have not heard this nomenclature before.
Oh boy, you're really gonna hate it, Bushizzle.
It's just it's a divine power. It's a gift.
And where you're from, people who make sweets are priesthood.
That's a turn of phrase.
Ruby will reach into her pocket and pull out an apple fritter.
You're a priestess.
She summons food as her power.
Food
It's
mage?
really not.
I really need to learn Draconic.
Yeah, Breton is just sitting there nodding his head like, I'm honestly just debating if he understands Albanian. I'll be in.
I mean,
First off, no, I'm not a fucking food mage. My name is Ruby.
food witch.
No,
A witch.
no. I'm gonna found me another one. I'm gonna turn you into a damn squirrel. Please enjoy this to eat something other than lizard and apples and peaches.
Sniffs it.
She'll even heat it a little bit in her hand.
Ah.
Careful, it's hot.
He does. He
The outside's fine, but the inside's ouch.
Does he get the temporary hit points?
Yeah.
He's like, this is amazing.
He's doubled his hit points.
You are a food priestess.
No, I am just an adventurer who likes to make people happy.
Then the food priestess must make some powerful recipes.
I have a book called Hero's Feast. So, you are not able to get off this island. What happens when you've tried before?
I'm the other islands are too far to swim. I've been trying to make a raft that will take the waves. It's very. There's been very little lumber here. Without depleting the fruit trees, which aren't good for making boats out of anyway. So I've been finding rooms of the cathedral, this place, and trying to use the wood that's here. Essentially.
When you entered the room with the portal, because he came through the portal, right? Was the portal already open, or did he figure out how to turn it on?
It was I pressed a button and it turned on, and
I just remembered. Ruby, you're gonna have to take the platinum skull out your inventory.
There you are.
Sad Ruby noises.
Yes, there was a platinum skull in the center.
Wait. What?
There was this platinum skull in the center of a bowl.
That's the portal key.
I didn't realize that was specifically the portal key, and it was just something that happened to work. Like,
No,
we didn't find that skull anywhere near this place, did we?
No, we
Yeah,
found
No,
it.
you found it up above.
Yeah, found in the chest above.
So sometime
Ah.
between when he found the portal and moved, and us coming to the island, somebody was on it, took that, and moved it into the warded chests.
What?
He got there in 130, right? The platinum skull was already in the bowl. He went through the portal closed behind him. Then in the time between when he did that and us getting to the portal, somebody has taken the platinum skull out of there and put it where we found it, in a warded chest up in the rest of the ruins. Otherwise, the platinum skull would already be in the bowl, right?
Or, to look at it in a different way, time is fucky here, and his pushing through the temple happened after we put the skull there.
Ruby just gets a nosebleed.
Yeah, if that's what happened, time is way more fucky.
Why are we still trying to make sense of time when we know it's all jacked up?
Right. Anyway, we need to focus on getting out of here.
Human condition. Breton calls out as he flips into the page in his book.
All
right, Breton.
I'm Leonin.
Our friend here is stuck trying to explore islands. He's doing the same thing we're doing. You and I both know that traveling between these islands physically causes a lot of problems when it comes to time. So we need to find another way to get this portal open. Without a platinum skull or some other stone, that's going to be more difficult.
Is there another font in this cathedral? This me asking the dude. Is there another font in this cathedral to what's his face again? IR, like there was in Caphriel and Luster's temples?
Not that I've found, but I haven't been able to get very deep.
I feel like that might be our first port of call, is
Why haven't you been able to
exploring
get
and
deep?
searching for one of those. How deep have you been able to go? Like, there's an undercroft?
One question at a time for him.
Sorry.
I can
What?
go. There's one level down, and there's a giant door that I can't go through.
Locked or just can't open it?
There's no. Seems to be no locking mechanism or anything. I've been.
Can you take us there?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll follow him.
He takes you down a set of very, very ornate stairs. Down like under. It's kind of like. It goes under another large statue of Aya. It's kind of like on the other flank of this building. And down, and you seem to like enter a large cavern. Like this is hewn straight into the rock, and then at the, it's almost bridges of Khazad-dûm at this point. Like, and you hear like drips of water as well. But in front of you is like a 50-foot tall door. And there's like a little like sort of fire pit that it looks like he's made like to give him some working light. And like there's a bit of the door that is now just like missing where he's tried to mine through it.
The dancing lights are going to go doop, 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 around as she will illuminate the room.
Food witch.
It's like a 100, like it's a 50-foot door, and this is like a 100-foot space.
Yeah.
Is there any writing on the door, or pictures, or anything that we can see on the door?
Yes.
Speak, friend, and enter.
There is a large like image of a sun with a heart in the center.
Deer, not an
Actually
actual
holds his-
heart.
Yep. Which heart
No.
are you specifying?
Oh, that.
The heart. So very similar to Breton's pendant.
Yeah.
Well, he is one of the fathers of the Chevalier, so that makes sense.
Yes. Just because it's coincidence doesn't mean it wasn't intentional. Wait.
Breton, can you think of anything, any Chevalier passwords that might open the door?
We are talking about an entirely different time. It's also possible that if we just look around, we'll find the solutions we need.
Religions are habitual. But
Is it because they were habits?
almost certainly, yes. Is there is the what's called the ethereal plane also gone here?
Have you ever heard of the ethereal plane?
Is that to me or to him?
To him.
No.
Hmm.
I'm
The
the son
implication
of a
being that-
merchant.
The implication being that the ethereal plane didn't exist in this time?
I
Plus size, no face spiders.
I don't like the things you talk about.
Oh, they're terrifying. They're very large and can jump in and out of existence and reappear behind you and bite you.
Are you trying to terrify him? And I say that in common.
Knowing is half the battle.
Is he why does he seem scared?
I was telling you about face spiders, but the good news is they don't exist here. You're fine. They don't exist here. No ethereal plane, no face spiders.
Yes, but now they exist in his mind.
Is there any writing on this door?
No, there isn't.
None. Alright. Are there any side chambers or anything that we passed to get here, or is this just literally like the
Yeah,
front door to enter into the complex?
No. You have passed a whole cathedral. This is essentially in the cathedral basement. There is this 50-foot door.
I'm gonna take a look around.
Okay.
Gourd, how there's an image of a sun. Maybe it needs to see sunlight.
Are you asking me to do the thing that I did?
I feel like maybe doing the thing that you did might be a good idea. I mean, it might be an idea. I don't know if it's a good idea.
Wait, hold on. I feel like we just have to try this. Breton's just gonna walk up and touch the door.
It is a thick stone door.
No vision. Okay, Breton just nods his head and says, "Nope, that wasn't it." He's just gonna keep on going back to what he was doing.
I know. Good round of applause because that's a good top clap. Top clap on this. There has been vision, so that's a fair. So, Gourd, what are you doing?
Can I get a clear description again of what Valymr is referring to with this sun?
So you're in like a cave area that's very, very dark. And there is a 50-foot by 50-foot giant stone door with a like a heart surrounded by sunlight, carved into the thick stone.
So the carving is a heart surrounded by sun.
Yes.
Okay.
Which you guys would know is the shield which the Dawn Shield carries is in the shape of a heart. It's a reference to his mother, Brayla.
Yep. It's the same as the pendant that Breton's wearing.
Yeah.
Do we know that, Breton?
Well, his is not a sun. His is just a heart.
Yeah, the heart. It's the same
Kind of
type of heart symbol.
Probably a similar motif in the same way that like
It is similar because it was forged in the style of Nardathel, so it would be very similar to this Valiant style.
Where do you want me to exactly put sun, Valymr? On
the door,
symbol?
on the heart, on the sun. Sunlight doesn't like destroy rock, does it? I don't know.
That is a question that I've actually never heard at a D&D table, but I can add that to the list. Thank you.
Sunlight
doesn't destroy rock, right?
Look,
We'd
I
be
mean,
totally fucked on this planet if it did.
you know what I'm talking. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Also, freeze thaw actions, totally a thing.
Valymr, what I did earlier was I focused a beam of sunlight, like energy. Yes. Or think of making light so focused that it can burn through things. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's the same kind of sunlight. But I'll give it a try, I guess.
I'm just spitballing ideas.
Close your eyes. And
sorry,
I'll-
what?
I'll
what now?
launch a sunbeam at the door.
I'm blind.
Okay. Where are you launching Sunbeam? Whereabouts? At the door? How much? And also, how much radiant damage is this?
68.
Okay. And does it create daylight? This spell? I think it does, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It does, yeah.
daylight
The
is
mode
the
of-
thing I was thinking of, not
This light
sunbeam.
is sunlight. So
Yeah.
like the
Yeah.
thing, the mote that stays in my hand afterwards is actually a small sun.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll launch it.
The
The symbol.
your newfound companion explorer hits the deck in cover, like sees that the lion that he's with just suddenly burst the power of the sun out of his hand after eating what he felt was like a god cookie. Like this man is having a trippy fucking day. And you
Isolation
Are all people from 1,000 years from the future like this?
it's what he's.
Yeah.
I am surrounded by gods.
Yeah. This is
he-
Gourd's holding his hands up in a praise the sun, and as the beam just launches between his hands.
Beam,
At it.
bang, it hits the door. And the heart shape begins to glow gold. The stone of the door ripples with light and turns to metal. And then opens. You did it.
Intelligence of 11, everyone.
I told
Breton
you
just comes back with a mirror like, hey, I think I have a... Never mind. He just sets the mirror down.
Told you, we're adventurers. We do this for a living.
the fact that Zorp's Emporium started playing when you said that is hilarious.
That's the trailer right there.
We're adventurers. We do this for a living. Dun 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 dun. Oh boy.
That'd be
And
the
yeah.
caption.
The door opens and then you see as like perfect bright yellow flames affix upon like a line of sconces that go back and back, and you see water cascading down the side of this giant temple road as it seems like natural flow from the water around this island is like dripping past, but the light is like tingling off, and in the light you see almost shapes and shadow art of like heroic. It's like it's almost like watching combat in slow motion. of like it seems like it's like you see this like individual with a large shield, like essentially like shield bashing away like these like what looks to be like shadow shapes that then like just break off of the shield as they like run, and you see the shadow or like this light flicker in the shape of a person through the water and like battling back shadows, and as they move past it lights up another sconce on the pathway, and ahead you when the light stops, you see at the foot a large open circular area, and at the foot of what seems to be like a golden throne with an individual like sat, full plate armor, hair down, shield in the shape of a heart on the ground, like as a gigantic statue.
I was gonna say, like, have we actually encountered AR? But no, it's a statue.
No.
The statue being at the end of that description was worrying.
How far away is that statue? Hold on.
The statue, probably about 300 meters.
In feet for people who
900.
900 feet.
I can't see shit.
No, you can't. But also, those you see these white yellow flames that have taken up these sconces that line the thing. You also see this statue's eyes burn with that color light. So it's like long sort of pathway, big circular area with the statue, water like cascading down the side. Valymr, with the newfound senses, you feel the vibrations of the water like tickling off the sides.
As the sunbeam fades, a sunflower is going to grow from my hand so that I could offer it to the statue that now has glowing eyes and is about to kill us.
So do you walk down the steps through the door towards the giant step? Okay.
Yeah.
We could do so.
Yeah, sunflower in hand.
Okay,
Guess
so
I have some good ideas sometimes.
with the sunflower in hand, we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Because that's our end time. So all I've got left to do is thank those who have been here. So thank you to Bethany Rose, to DM Lake, to Lord Lambert, and to Kinda Otter. We're normally joined by Commissar Roach and Ghibli Jam. I've been Midgeman. This has been the Component Cast, bringing you the Elendor Chronicles Season 4. And we will see you next time. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.